we're continuing to read from Actual Fact, series number 31, Good and Evil. In our Lahaj, that would be Wawed Wu-Sabat. All right, so before we get started reading, we're going to just do a few breathing exercises, all right? Because that'll help us process our information a whole lot better. So you could either stand up or you can sit down, all right? So let's start by standing. All right. So we're just going to take a moment as we're reading our scroll, Wawed Wu-Sabat, and we're going to assess right now in this moment. Am I in the image of natural nature or am I in the image of unnatural nature? And you're going to assess that through your breath. How are you breathing? Are you using your body as nature intended? All right. So you're going to take a note of where everything is. Are you in touch with that? Are you in tune with yourself? All right. So start by taking a deep breath in. All right. So take a deep breath in, allowing your diaphragm, all right, the ability to move in its full potential. All right. If you're slouching, that's not possible. Try to take a deep breath by your slouching. It makes your breath very shallow. All right. So I was really trying and I can't. All right. Because the diaphragm descends, it's a muscle and it needs the space to descend downward. So when you take a deep breath in, that means your stomach should be going out when you start with a deep breath. And then we don't stop there. The diaphragm acts like a vacuum, pulling air into the mid-lungs. So now you start this, you expand downward, then you expand outward. And you keep inhaling, and then you notice that your stomach starts to go in because that's the air moving to the top part of your lungs. And when everything is fully expanded, it's going to feel like a ball from down, out, and up. All right? That's what the breath feels like. All right? And when everything is fully expanded, you hold the breath for a moment because you're absorbing something called the sakhem, also called the life force. All right? Also called the chi, also called the prana. All right? So that's what charges and permeates throughout everywhere. All right? And it's really abundant in the air. So you're going to feel your body aligning. All right? So if you're leaning one side, you're leaning the other side. All right? You're slouching. You're going to feel your body naturally. All right? If you're sitting down and your legs are crossed, you want to uncross your legs so you can be nice and symmetrical. And now you can picture your nose like a pyramid, all right? Lighting that inner sun. And then you picture then in the past, you picture then in the future, and you're going to picture all that happening right now in the present through your breath, through your two nostrils. And it's becoming one, all right? So the complete union, you're going to assess how does my body feel physically? What am I feeling physically? Where's that tension? Or whatever you're feeling, you're going to note that feeling. And breathe through it and feel everything come down. Feel your shoulders. If you're tense, feel it just relax. Feel your body just relax. All right? Feel the internal muscles just relax. All right? Do you know that if you suffer from constipation, breathing properly helps to relax all those muscles in your whole body? All right? So everything just comes into alignment. And now you feel secure and your body doesn't have to compensate. All right? Now you're going to assess, where are your thoughts? Is it somewhere in the future? Is it somewhere in the past? Work through it and come down. Come here in the present. Come with your fellow brothers and sisters in the now. Now we're all together in our breath. Where are your emotions? All right. What are you feeling? Work through it. All right, through your breath. And now we are all together. All right. Called Saman, meaning complete union. Not just complete union of the lungs, but the complete union of the many dimensions. So now as you're breathing, you're going to say, Apta Pa Taraq la Rawuk Yaanun. Apta Pa Baabaa Yaanun. And those of you who are in Africa and you still have your tones, don't tone down your tones for us. Keep the tones. All right. Somebody yesterday told me that we sound English to them, so the way that they pronounce the words, all right, and the lahaj, it has a lot more tones, all right. And the funny thing is, instinctively, those were some of the updates that Baba had given us. But for us in the West, we're working ourselves up, all right. So naturally, your tones might make you more advanced. So just keep your tones. But you want to say, Apta Pa Taraq la Rawuk Yaanun. Apta Pa Baabaa Yaanun. And that means open the way to the soul of Yaanun. Rawuk, soul, the breath of life, the spark of life. You're tapping into your breath. Open the door towards him. And notice that the journey we're taking is Paut, the all expanding. Start with your breath. The all expanding Ashuk. Ashuk is our highest priority. And we're coming in one. All right. So now you feel yourself tapping in, because the breath is actually the gateway from the physical and the etheric. And you could do so much right here in the physical side for your breath, for your etheric counterpart. So it's all taking place right here. All right, so you're breathing in the wisdom, support, ashuk, and healing from Paa Taraq. The Paa Taraq is our overseers. Paa Taraq, all right, is the very forces of natural nature. And now feel the healing and guidance from Paa Taraq. And then you picture yourself as Mundar, or one who is of Paa Taraq, all right, their very child, as you go back into the natural image that you've been given. And you're going to exhale that same support, healing, ashuk, to your fellow brothers and sisters. And feel yourself at peace. All right. So that's the breathing exercises. For those of us, sometimes we do the breath exercises, including the cleansing breath. All right. We'll just do a cleansing breath right now. We also do nerve revitalizing breath, and we also do vocal breath. All right. For time constraint, we're going to skip so many exercises today, but get the breath book, because everything I'm quoting, I surmise I got from the breath book. All right. I got from the breath book. So the cleansing breath is basically, you could just do that breath as well. But the basic smile you want to perfect. All right. So you're going to take that deep breath, letting your diaphragm lead down, out, and up. When everything is fully expanded, you hold the breath for a moment. And then you poke your lips out like you're going to whistle. Letting a little air out at a time until your lungs are completely empty. And that's the cleansing breath. All right. So let's do that together. And then we're going to acknowledge our master teacher. All right. So that breath helps to detox and ventilate the lungs, especially and especially if you've been talking for a long time, or you've been around being fatigued or whatever. That's what it helps with. All right. So let's take a moment to acknowledge our master teacher, because everything that I shared, I read in one of his scrolls, and I've also experienced it in life. All right. So it's life meeting the scrolls. All right. So we want to thank our teacher for sitting in this divine circle of Ashuk as our Zeti or our nucleus, because he's who brings us all together for the purpose of renewing our story as one people, one soul, one mission. And as we acknowledge our master teacher, who's a living embodiment, flesh and blood, like us, a living example of everything that we can be. He is from us, for us, sent to us, from us. All right. So as we acknowledge our master teacher, automatically I'm acknowledging myself. And as I'm acknowledging myself, I'm acknowledging my fellow brothers and sisters, because I say that I am in the divine love of the all expanding, and all divine love is in me. Abdul Kalat Apolorat, Wufa Kor, Bisamus, Papaut. Begin all prayers and thinking by using the all expanding. Baror, 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 Nabab Nadar Muqdad, Nauts Muqdad Beded Patah, Nauts Muklas, Baded Yanun. Holy, 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 Master Overseer Almighty. Holy, meaning our whole story from our all the way back to our original forces, all existing gases, all potential, one soul, one mind, one people. Nabab Nadar Muqdad, Master Overseer Almighty. What's greater than powers? Where can you go where there's not natural nature? No God except Patah. No Savior except Yanun. Patah, the thing of opening, or our Nadar of opening. And the thing of opening is the Miftah, which you see that we wear right over our nose, is our Miftah. And we know that our nose for Nagaru is one of our sacred seats, the gateway from the etheric, and the spirit, the etheric and the physical world is right here in your breath. No God except Patah. No Savior except Yanun. Why is that? Because we know that Ashuk is the key, but it is you that opens the door. Be a mukta. Be a mukta. Be responsible. No Savior except Yanun, because that doorway is inward and we cannot lie to ourselves. Ashuk. I affirm that I am inside the divine love of all expanding, and all divine love is in me. Paa Taraq. Anuki Jawef Pa Ashuk and Pa Pahut. Wu Kalal Ashuk Kawun Jawef Niya. Anuki Kasamun and Pa Pahut. Wu Pa Pahut Kawun Kasamum and Niya. Anuki Wahu Ame Pa Pahut. Wu Pa Pahut Kawun Wahu Ame Niya. Nakuk Kadod Najaf Ame Kasam Em Pa Pahut. Wu Khabub Ame Mushkas Nakuk Kado Kawan Kala Pafef Nakuk Ayo Jawef Pa Pahut. Ame Wase Ame Ayani Kawun Lake Bakor Jawef Pa Pahut. Anuki Abed Biye Nafashni Pa Pahut Kawun Anuki Pa Pahut Kador Nakuk Kador Pa Pahut Amul Nakuk Amul. Tawakum Nataru, for not forgetting about us. Tawakum for the divine love. Tawakum for incarnating for the purpose of renewing our story. And Tawakum for the very information itself that was sent down to us, your children, as a guidance and a healing. And we accept this guidance and the healing. We accept you the same way that we ask for acceptance. We are accepted of you. And we acknowledge that this scroll that we are reading was sent down for us as a guidance and a healing. And we accept this information. We accept our master teacher. We accept this healing. This book is the truth and the way. Hanin misfak hawun, ha sawabu Paa Taraq, ze kawuna nazulalahe amtkum. Manema spatu masa'a, ama hadea mumuda ma'u. Manemu safuku, unataru. Arjulaye nafashukum, alfukshane kawunkum, ha sawabu Paa Taraq, ha hadeamu padama, nahun tawu antkum, lahe panenda malu shafe. Nahun tawantkum lahitem nasoinu. Nahun tawantkum lahi ashakuma antkuma der muslafunu. Nahun ader mutprarukum. Nahun salub nasakuma. Nahun salub nasakuma. Ansanun kahenataru. Ansanun muslafunu. Nahun ater muspatu. Anu. Atum, atum, amu. We are Sabians. Tawakum, Nadaru, Wu Muntaru, Tawatak Muntar, Baabaa Yaanun, in the personage of His Excellency, Dr. Malachi York Okran Zeddy, who brings us together, and Tawakum Muslafu, our divine ancestors, for supporting us, and Tawakum to us, Moisar, as we are doing our very best to transform into the very best versions of ourselves and our one collective body. We'll be continuing reading where we left off from yesterday, called The Actual Fact, Good and Evil. Wawed Wu Dawao. All right. Feel free to unmute. Everybody's welcome to participate. All right. So we left off from the various spirit forces, all right, that has infiltrated us throughout the planet and what it may look like, all right, in the Christian church, all right, South America or the Caribbean center here, all right, in Africa and also the Caribbean, all right, how it may look, all right, and realize it's the same force permeating, all right, jumping in through our people. All right, so let's continue these and the wars in the skies with these extraterrestrial beings. All right, so we're on we left off on page 21. All right, so we're on page 21, and everything is recorded. So the other reading is going to be available as well. All right. And posted tonight. So 126, page 21. How old is a race? How dark a race? And the speed of your pigmentation determine the shape of the Sawat's voice box. Yes, all of this affects the being. All right. So we talked about how us, for example, in the West, outside of just mixing with the other races or Caucasians specifically, just by speaking their tones can sometimes reshape our very being. All right. So by going back into our tones, the way we pronounce words, everything like that, all that has an effect on the race, as that was explained earlier. All right. So by natural nature, you have a specific design which differs from race to race. All right. So how old a race is, how dark a race is, and the speed of your pigmentation determines the shape of your Sawat's voice box. And of course, you know, the shape of your voice box also uh, affects the way that you sound, and the way you resonate. All right. So, yes, all this affects the being. You raise your voice to eject fear. You whisper not to disturb. You bakoi, weep, cry. You dahuk, laugh. You use your tone to affect. All right. So we change the tone depending on what we're doing. All right. So even the way that I'm talking, it's instinctive, but I talk in a way that's very deliberate. All right. So that it drives home certain points. The voice is very important because if I was talking in a panic, okay, things might just like slip your mind, you know, and I'm saying the same thing. It's like, come on, let's get out of here. Or like if I want to get people excited, like, I can't wait to do this. Come on, let's go, you know. But right now you want to be able to bring everything down because when you're in a relaxed state, you learn better. All right. So that's also the importance of now we're seeing the voice connection to the emotions. So when we do our vocal breath, which is one of the three breaths that Baabaa said for us to do, there's much more than three breaths. So that's a good start. Um, the vocal breath is great because it helps to bring flexibility back to the voice. All right. Which also links to emotional intelligence. All right. So a lot of times, a lot of us, we study this information and we're a bunch of smart know-it-alls that no one likes because we don't have any emotional intelligence and how to communicate a message. It's not always what you say, but also the spirit in which you deliver it and how you say it as well. All right. So you see the connection right there, the voice and the emotions. All right. And also being uh, intentional, being intentional. All right. Being self-aware, self-awareness. All right. 131. Well, our race has lost their Sawat's voice in between the white noise as the small black dots. So we have lost our voice. That's why we're chanting to get our voices back to empower us again. And I can say for myself, I do feel like I've pulled the soul back in, although it's not completely to its full potential. I feel like from breathing more self-awareness and chanting has really done a lot to heal aspects of the voice because now I can listen to people's voices and I'm able to diagnose different things that's going on with them. The same way that I was able to diagnose myself and also certain rigidnesses with the voice or going in your nose or whatever the case. A lot of the times the supporting muscles, there's things that's going on. So you can actually diagnose. All right. And for us, All right, our race has lost our voice between the white noise and small black dots. All right, 132. A person who fears Mawat's death and wants to know what will happen, if anything, after Mawat's death, will know this by speaking to their own Mawat's death. 133. They are drawn to ask men dressed up to represent a religion, just as Dracula. They welcome this representation of religion into their lives. So think about that with our various seances as Africans, all right? When we're already in tune, all right, we have the greatest nose, I would say, that's functioning the best, all right, which is open, and that's the gateway through the etherical and our spiritual world, all right, through your very nose. That's why you can see someone's eyes open, someone's eyes closed, all right, and breathing properly can help, and also your very structures support proper breathing. Some people's structures don't support proper breathing, from deviated septums and all types of things, collapsed nose, a nose that's shaped like that, all right? It's a little bit harder to breathe, and I just do this just a little bit. And then you'll notice that the labs, for some people, when they take a deep breath in, it collapses in, all right? So those of us somewhere in the middle, you know, as Baba says, most people aren't truly 9th or 6th anymore. A lot of people are in the middle, somewhere, all right? But just giving a testimony to your original design of what you were designed for, all right? So you had a direct connection to your ancestors, and others came and interrupted. You have this white noise, and now you want to find out what's going to happen. You're going to go to somebody outside your own ancestors who's talking to you all the time, and they can tell you, all right? You can have that whole connection. And that's why Baba said that like reading our scrolls is like getting a head start when we cross over to the other side, all right? Because these are things we're going to learn anyway, all right? But these are things we once knew, all right? So our ancestors are right there. But now we disconnect to them, and we're looking for somebody else to show us. So we have a seance, and we do this and we do that to open ourselves up for some other pretending forces, or we go to some church or ask somebody else, all right? When we're already connected to your ancestor, all right? So they are drawn to ask men dressed up to represent a religion, just as Dracula. They welcome this representation of religion into their lives. He speaks, preaches, yet doesn't preach to tabuts confirm, all right? So there's no confirmations. That's why it's called faith. Just have faith, my son, all right? The one who's, don't be a doubting Thomas or whatever they call him, doubting Thomas. You want to, confirmation is not religion. Actually, you have belief, all right? Belief is indicating that you're not sure, but that's where faith comes in. So with belief, it needs faith. All right. We don't deal with faith. We deal with fact, confirmations. So we welcome questions. All right. Baba stood up there to be questioned in front of everyone, for example. All right. So he needs them to close their akalu, ayan. He needs them to close their mind's eye, have blind takak, faith. Trust what he says, how he says it, and promises. Close your mind's eye. Now you're going to realize you're getting anxious, all right? Your breathing patterns is going to change. Confirmation lets you sit rooted, is grounding, all right? So that leads to anxiety, actually. So close your mind's eye. Have blind thakak, faith. That's why these people, they start hyperventilating, all right? Now, when you look at somebody having an anxiety attack or whatever, it's very similar to the different things that you see with the Holy Ghost and various things. All right. So like Dracula, it's like Dracula. They then once into their lives, he can get close and bite right into their damam bloodstream. All right. So now you let these spirit forces inside your bloodstream, and now it's feeding off of you. All right. So you can actually take now it's inside your blood. All right. How does that work? Because we acknowledge that our seats and our gateways is linked to our hormones. All right. Our hormones is very important because the hormones signal, all right, the body what to do. It can open glands, and certain glands have to be active. All right. You'll learn that in natural ether energy. So now when you let these other spirit forces in you, you can emit different hormones. You're emitting something else. All right. You charge the blood different. So for example, you some of us may have heard of adrenochrome. Adrenochrome. All right. Adrenochrome. So that's your adrenaline. All right. So think of it like blood infused adrenaline. It's something that permeates and it releases a chemical. So the chemical itself is called adrenochrome. All right. Or cortisol, or these different types of and it makes your body behave differently. It can make you trapped in a certain state, a certain place. All right. So all these other forces, it has infiltrated the blood. And if it's infiltrated the blood, it's infiltrated the hearts and minds. All right. Because now we see it's all connected. All right. So the source of Haya life is in your Daman blood. So they get in by mixing his seed. Another thing Baba said, in order to affect you, first they have to infect you. So they've infected us in multiple ways. They're in our bloodstream through having children with them. All right. So a lot of us carry some of their genetics where they try to communicate through that to hold us back because they can't go as far as our African genetics. That's why when we chant, for example, we chant out to our divine ancestors, all right, to protect us from ignorance, all right, protect us from the evil ancestors, protect us from evil, all right. Some of us have picked up some, all my 30 may not necessarily like this information, for example, or, or whatever it is, all right. And now it needs for me to feed their forces, all right, to keep them active in my life because my divine ancestors are there. And that's what you call a genetic war, right? That's a genetic war. So the genetic wars that many of us are going through, you have many things in your favor, and your habits can make things either assist one side or the other, all right? And some people, they jump back and forth from side to side. Baba calls those people bipolar. All right. And that's what self-awareness and being intentional. All right. So it's like Dracula, 136. That once into their lives, they can get close and bite right into their Damam bloodstream. The source of Haya life is in your Damam blood. So they get in by mixing his seed. 138. That is why all Mesopotamian religions start out with a man named Adam. Hebrew Strong's number 120 to dash 122. Adamu, meaning ruddy, flush, redness, pale, according to Genesius lexicon. All right, Genesius lexicon. That is written by Wilhelm Genesius. Adam means one man, perhaps so called from the idea of redness. Compare the Arabs distinguish two races of men, one red ruddy, which we call white, and the other black. All right. So Mesopotamia is taking you back to Sumeria, pretty much. That's Sumeria. And we go back to Eber, all right, Hebrew, Nibiru, all right, all the same roots. Those are the same forces, all right. So dealing with those. And you see how they have mixed in many times. Not just one, it wasn't one event, it was many different events that they made a point to get into our blood. All right. So once he has bitten them with faith, they believe and have faith. They become believers of ghouls, of the grand dragon. You try to save them, yet they are like being in a trance, a Hajjan Shalil Nawam, a spell of sleep, a hypnotic spell. All right. So you try to save them, like, no, you're walking into someone's mouth, and then they will fight you, and they're like, you know, just think about what a shepherd, the shepherd, it's like, I'm going to get my flock. What does a shepherd eventually do to the sheep? The shepherd eventually will lead it to slaughter. All right. But the sheep are faithful. It's a hypnotic trance. All right. They follow their master Dracula and his religion. 142. They dare not question for Hakakat's facts. They have faith in their Kadad fate as a ghoul, the Walking Dead. All right. So that's what a Walking Dead is. All right. So I just feel like a lot of people want to turn me into a ghoul. All right. Like I'm going to be disrespectful because I'm asking a question. All right. So be it. But one thing I don't want, as Baba says, that's the worst fate to have, is to be a ghoul. $143. Did they ever really find out what will happen to them once they're mawat, dead? No. They are told to have takak, faith, believe and trust in Tayaf Tapal, the ghost world, Kaha Tapal, the spirit world, Gadad, God, my God, in my Shabbat image, his son, his prophet, his saints. 145. The Gadad, God, is a form of Dracula. 146. He sends out his ghouls to bring flesh to mom. All right. So that's to go convert. So it's like, okay, I need some fresh meat. All right. Fresh blood. So go and recruit more. All right. Mix in with more. All right. Infiltrate more. So he sends his ghouls to bring fresh Damam bloods. So Zaham, religion of Mudwawu devils, can bite them and put their wicked Damam blood inside them, as in Genesis chapter 6, verses 1 through 5, and transform them into ghouls, and they convert. Then they say, I'm not Afafreikahu. I'm not African. Okay, I'm this, I'm that instead. All right, don't call me no African. I'm this, I'm that. All right. So just a little history lesson. When we talk about the Arab slave trade, all right, that because the Arab slave trade is older than the European slave trade. All right. So what they would do, they would take the Arabs would take the Africans, enslave them, and then they would grant them their freedom. Like, for example, they would castrate the men, sometimes removing everything. It would just look like nothing is there. All right. And if they denounce African and they become Muslim, they can possibly get their freedom. All right. As long as they can go back, because they could be released now to go convert others. But they would make only if they were castrated. And but women, they would not be released. All right. Women would not be released. So they would be held back. And the Arabs will reproduce with them. So now when you look in East Africa, for example, the people are a lot more mixed than in West Africa. All right. You can't even find a common blood type. All right. So they're just as mixed as we are here in the West. All right. That was done by design. All right. So 147. The Mudwao devil does not care how much he has to spend to pile world over to convert you to his own trust, faiths, religion of Mesopotamia, be it called Abrahamism, which today became many subsects and denominations, groups, clans, clubs, and lodges. All right. So we can take many of the lodges, like for example, I was looking into the Eastern Stars. All right, because I was thinking about joining, but then Baba wrote me and told me not to join, so I just didn't join. And he sent message. He told me not to join right now. I'm not telling other people not to join. He told me not to join. But I still researched it, so I still went and ordered some books and read, Ada, Esther, and all the five principles and the five women. All right. So I still went and I bought the books, studied. And I was like, wow, they're really, the first woman, she's supposed to be a pious daughter. And they covered her eyes and she said, no, I want to see. And she's a good daughter and she goes with her father in the mountains to be sacrificed. All right. So it's like the qualities of a good woman. And I was like, wow, it's like everybody's suffering. And then let's see what else about the Eastern Stars. And then when I was reading the origins of it and how it's coming about, and even though that even having to have a man vouch for you to get in, or maybe a fellow sister, but a man could vouch for you too. What was I going to say about that? Let me see. Ghouls. He does not care. Clans, clubs, lodges. Oh yeah, they at one point they did ask, all right, if you believe in God. All right. And if you don't believe in God, I don't think that you can qualify technically to be a Eastern Star. All right. And another question I was asked is, and I could talk about it because I didn't vow any secrets. I'm not in the order, but I studied it. Another thing that they ask is, can you unquestionably follow something even if that was one of the questions I was asked, even if it doesn't feel right to you? The answer for me is no. So I probably wouldn't get in anyway. All right. So, these various clubs, and then if you do the research, it's taking you back. Now, Baba takes us through all various schools, wherever our people were interested, wherever we were. He took interest, all right, to walk us through the very things that, interest us, all right. But you can tap into your character. A lot of us, it's like a 12-step program. All right. And for some people, it helps to keep them disciplined. All right. So 147. All right. You could read more about that in the breath book. All right. In the first few pages, where Baba tells us that we're not Masons, we're not this, we're not that. Now we've gone through those schools. All right. So 147. The Mudwao devil does not care how much he has to spend. Okay, I just read that. So you see the Christian gospel. You have the Torah, which is the Judaism or Mosesism, Jesusism, that's Christianity, or you have Islamism, Mohammedism, Quran. All right. And Baba's pointing to you to let you know it's the same spirit deity, ghost over them. So they are all tapping into that same family line. All right. That's really not for them. All right. So that's not limited to the West. All right. You'll find some shape or form, whether you're in East Africa, West Africa, all right, South Africa, the Caribbean, the States, all right, they've made a point to spread their disease world over, all right. So 148, he will spend unlimited wealth to convert you, not just in Za'am religion, yet in other forms. The forms such as sports, all right, military, clubs, gangs, theater, cinema, music, employment. All right, all these ways they get to come infiltrate their spirit forces. All right. So the type of sports, look at how they do their sports. The military, all right. There's various clubs and how you vow secrecy, all right, to control or whatever the case is. Gangs, all right. Theater. So gangs go into that competitiveness again. Theater, cinema, music, all right. The type of frequency and tones that they choose to listen to. That's why people are more ruthless than ever before. Some of these young people are so ruthless. But look at the music that they're growing up with no love in the music. It's all ego and survival and depression. Like when I listen to the Weekend, I'm like that singer the Weekend. He just is so depressing. It just sounds like he's cutting himself. That's what I picture. Is he cutting himself while he's singing? I mean, he's talented, but he just sounds very sad. Employment. So everybody's walking around depressed, Employment. All right. You have to follow their rules. So all these ways to get you, why? Why did they do that? To get you to worship his image. In Genesis chapter 1, verses 26 through 27. And God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, the and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. All right. So he created this creation in his own image. So if he can get you worshiping the image of his creation, then you can worship the same spirit forces that's permeating them. All right. That's the King James Version. 149. He, the Kakasnadu Caucasoids and his helpers of sub-races, must get all other Salalu races to worship his Shabbat image, being in the Shabbat image of his Gadad, or sons of God. All right? In this group, if you keep scrolling up, you're going to see every time they tell me how to dress. And it's funny because, like, a lot of my dresses I got from West Africa, and some of them were sewn from seamstresses, and some have the traditional, just the creativeness. That's what I like, those type of outfits. But I stopped wearing it because it has so much print that it disturbs the the telegram. So I had to wear solids because everything gets pixelated when I wear those other dresses. But I was wearing one of my beautiful Ghanaian dresses. It was long, and then it had the shoulders cut like this, and then it went like this. It was very nice, and then it was cut like that. And then somebody, a brother, came in the group saying that he doesn't like me talking to all these brothers. That's inappropriate. I should not be teaching by myself, uh, and that I need to go cover up my neck. And then he sent a bunch of like suggestions of how I should dress if I'm going to be interacting. And he sent all these like hijabs and things like that. And then I noticed that the way the women looked, they looked very Arabianized, like the way they looked themselves, the women themselves. And then you could see all the suggestions. They like to show a certain phenotype. This is the way the woman should look. So they put a woman with long hair. My hair doesn't really get long. It does kind of get big. My hair gets big. So I have hair that gets big. But if you look in the scroll up, she kind of looks like me, which I have other things in my genetics. She looks like me, and then she has long hair, and they're like, wow, that's the way our women should look. And in actuality, subconsciously, we're still chasing toned down versions of ourselves. All right. Now, I look the part to interface with the part I'm playing right now, because I think if I were, yes, Kosi Rahubat.
But I was saying it was true what we're saying. Very true.
Right.
We like to go after stuff that don't even represent us.
Mm-hmm. And I do think that perhaps if I had the same personality and I was doing the same thing, and I didn't have more, I would say I have a toned down phenotype. I'm a black woman, but it's toned down, right? I probably would have even more problems, you know, people attacking the image, you know. So it's like I should look like this, and then they show Arabianized versions of what I should look like, not just the clothes, but the pictures of the what they were selecting. And then I go into some study groups, and then they put the AI image of themselves up, and then I do notice that that person doesn't look as Arabian in real life. So they even, I mean, still it's like a black person, but they Arabianize their very features. All right. And it's a subconscious thing. It's a subconscious thing. I don't think that people are consciously doing it because we've been so programmed to worship. All right. So 149. He, Kakasnadu Caucasoids, and his helpers of subraces must get all other Salalu races to worship his Shabbat image, being in the Shabbat image of his God, Son of God. All right. It's no secret that in East Africa, in general, in North Africa, in general, is more mixed than West Africa. All right. More mixed than Central Africa. All right. And there's some people that don't want to associate with Ghana at all. And they refuse to accept that Baabaa makes his connection to Ghana, not just Sudan. All right. That was a big argument, and some people behind doors still have an issue with that. All right. So in Genesis chapter 6, verses 1 through 5, the wild, evil, and wicked by their fatar nature, and his triad Za'amat religions, the triad of their religions is Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. All right. So it's going to talk about the very wicked nature of that bloodline. All right. First Enoch, chapter 7, verses 1 through 14. And look at the things that we do and how we treat each other. All right. Because of religion. Most of most of the things that we did to each other, it was because of that religious mindset. Because religion also programs people to devalue, all right, someone else because I'm superior, because I'm the chosen, and you're beneath me. And then when you dehumanize someone, it's easier to mistreat them. It's easier to do a lot of bad things to them. All right. So first Enoch, it happened after the sons of men had multiplied in those days, that daughters were born to them, elegant and beautiful. And when the angels, the sons of heaven, beheld them, they became enamored of them, saying to each other, come, let us select ourselves wives from the progeny of men, and let us beget children. Then their leader, Shamjaza, said to them, I fear that you may perhaps be indisposed to the performance of this enterprise, and that I alone shall suffer for so grievous a crime. But they answered him and said, we all swear. All right. So Shemjaza, he's the leader. All right. And the other extraterrestrials are saying, oh, let's go have sex with these earth women. Shemjaza is saying we're not supposed to do that. All right. And that if you guys do that, that it's me alone that's going to get in trouble, since I am the captain here, right? So now this is what they answered to him. But they all answered him and they said, we all swear and bind ourselves through mutual execrations that we will not change our intentions, but execute our projected undertaking. All right. So they're saying that it's not going to stop them from doing what they promised that they were going to do, their projected undertaking. Then they all swore together and all bound themselves by mutual execrations. Their whole number was 200, who descended upon Adris during the days of Jared, which is the top of Mount Armond. That's in present day Israel. All right. And the mountain therefore was called Armon because they had sworn upon it and bound themselves by mutual execrations. All right. So notice that they often, Armon, it seems like it's linked to somehow making some type of promise. All right. So that's why they called it Armon, because they had sworn on that mountain. That's how that mountain got that name. All right. So notice that the Hebrews, they typically name themselves after events and things that take place, all right, and places, all right. So just by studying the language, you can surmise what's going on with the people, all right, and you can follow their records, which doesn't really go back that far and which is not very clear, all right. They were played a lot of games, all right. So these are the names for their chiefs: Shamyaza, who was their leader, and then you had Arakabamil. Then you had Ikabil, Tamiel, Ramiel, Daniel, Ezkiel, Saraknil, Azazel, Armors, Betrayal, Anaim, Zavib, Samsavil, Artiel, Teril, Yamiel, Araziel. All right. So just by the L, you know that these are Enlil's people. All right. So these are Enlil's brothers. Inki was already down here. Inki was held by a diff because Inki was already mixed. All right. We're talking about in the ship in the Beru. So these are the makers, and that's the bloodline. So they're already brothers. That's the mixed brother. Then he's coming here. All right. Intermingling with some of the originals. That's already here. Also some of the Adamites. All right. So he interfaced also with some of our people as well. Inki. But Enlil, he was very proud because he had pure, quote unquote, pure blood. So those under Enlil is not supposed to be mixing up their seed anyway. But they came and did that anyway. All right. Because they were coming down for specific purposes. But they decided, why not? All right. So let's do it just because we can. All right. So now that's what's going on. So there were 200. These were the perfect. Hasmuni. These were the perfects of the 200 angels. All right. So those were the commanders, and then the remainder were all with them. All right. So you had the high chief, then you had the chiefs under that high chief, and then you had the men under them. So then they took wives, each choosing for themselves. So those 200, all 200, they all took different women, all right, from these Adamites, all right, each choosing for himself whom they begot to approach and with whom they cohabited, teaching them sorcery, incantations, and dividing of roots and trees. And the woman conceived and brought forth giants, all right, because we know that these beings were tall. Although it's still very vague. I need more information on the Anunnaki. However, they have the Palladians. They're at least 7 feet tall. You have the Draconians, who are 9 feet tall. All right. And then you have the Anunnaki. All right. These are those makers of the Adamites. Those are the ones working together. All right. So let's see. So yeah, so they came with these Adamite women having these giving birth to bigger children. And these women conceived forth giants whose stature were each 300 cubits. These devoured all which the labor of men produced, until it became impossible to feed them, when they turned themselves against men in order to devour them, and began to injure birds, beasts, reptiles, and fishes, to eat their flesh one after another and drink their blood. All right. So now remember when you go back to Leviticus, when God always threatens the people that if you don't make this, if you don't, you have sinned. So if you don't make this offering, if you don't make this offering, I will devour you. All right. So he's using devour again for what these beings that was produced from these angels do, devour. So it just shows you that they have they're flesh eaters. All right. And they give birth to flesh eaters. All right. And then we start to intermingle with them, and they have made themselves into our blood as well through various ways. All right. And then you see the various disagreeable behaviors some of us have. But it became impossible to keep up with these appetites because, first off, they were so much bigger and they had an insatiable appetite, these children, and they just wanted to keep eating, and they just couldn't keep up feeding these children. So the children started to eat their own, turn on each other and start eating the parents. All right. So in the book of Jubilee in chapter 5, verses 1 through 3, it reads, "And it came to pass when the children of men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and the daughters were born unto them, that the angel of God saw them on a certain year of this Jubilee, and they were beautiful to look upon, and they took themselves wives all who they chose. And they bare unto them sons, and they were giants. And lawlessness increased on the earth, and all flesh corrupted its way, alike men and cattle and beasts and birds and everything that walks on the earth. All of them corrupted their ways and their orders, and they began to devour each other." All right. So the ecosystem became disrupted. All right. Because there's an order and a way for each species on behavior and how it interacts. So now it disrupted the ecosystem. All right. This action. "And lawlessness increased on the earth, and every imagination of the thoughts of all men was evil continually. And God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, and all flesh had corrupted its orders, and all that were upon the earth were wrought all manner of evil." All right. So this God or this extraterrestrial, this is this is the result of that action, and it's looking down and seeing, man, we messed up. All right. So 150, anything this way to convert you into trusting him. All right. So it's showing the insatiable appetite. So now we need you trust in him. So now they can have access to your flesh too, because you're outside of their jurisdiction. You have your own family. All right. And you have your own agenda that has nothing to do with what they have going on. So that's why they trust you, because they want you trusting them. I mean, so they can get into your bloodline, and now you're also on the menu. All right. Because in their family, there's nothing sacred. All right. They eat anything, anybody, their parents. All right. And these gods, you could see that they have no real loyalty. Look at the way they treat and turn on each other, and that they create their own. These are their own creation. And look at how they treat their own creation. All right. As disposable. They go there, they rape them, they go there, they eat them. All right. And then the children are born, they eating each other. All right. So they need more flesh. So now they can have access to the entire planet, and we can have a whole big buffet. All right. And everything's on it. And that's their goal. All right. So anything this way to convert you into trusting him, so he could bite you and get his cursed DNA into your pure bloodstream, and you become one of his ghouls. Put on a akal mind, or a kalal mental, or katatel physical uniform, and act out his wishes. All right. So a lot of us, that's through job, they get us to do things. So sometimes when you work for a certain job, you may do things that's outside of your character in the name of you have to do your job, you know. So you put this physical uniform and you get into the mentality and the agenda of that job. That's another way they can get into your life. All right. Akalal, mental slave, cut you off from your Sayem Muslafu, divine ancestors, and feeding his. That's the protection. That's why you don't need to study under anybody. We study together, for example. We read together. Because the whole point is for you to be empowered. All right. So you can activate your higher senses again, because those higher senses is nothing more than your connection again, your intuition. All right. Psychometry. All right. Telepathy. All of these those four higher senses. It's all linked to your ancestors and being in tune. All right. So when you're disconnected from yourself, that's where all these other entities can come. All right. And you usurp your energy. All right. So they cut you off from your own ancestors. All right. 151. Walking by blind thakak, faith, not sight. That's why we have this, because we acknowledge our mind's eye, we have sight through that too. So it's all about seeing. That's why Baba has depicted right there the scroll of eyes. All right. And that's why Baba's teaching each of us how to tap in. That's why Baba says he has no successors behind him. There's no successor. Because if he has done his job, which he will succeed, that his job is the opener. Once he's opened, it's open. All right. We're opened. All right. That's his job as the opener. If there's a successor behind him, then obviously there's no opening. So the successor is Howitz, and that's us cooperating and working together. All right. So walking by blind thakak, faith, not by sight. All right. 152. He parts his program when you are a Karad child on TV and Safahat's books and Masak, music, posters. He makes you offer of attention. He makes you an offer of attention. If you look like this, act like this, just like this, you will be accepted by others. All right. So I remember I was watching a documentary in Jamaica. It was about skin bleaching, which is very, very, very prominent in Jamaica. And the people, they felt like when they bleach their skin, they get better job opportunities. Some of them, they said they bleached for vanity, they felt more beautiful, but some of them said that they honestly do it so they can get better job opportunities. All right. And there's a lot of colorism. All right. For example, even though Jamaica is a predominantly melanated place, I mean, it does kind of benefit to be a little lighter in Jamaica, to be honest. All right. So if you look like this, if you act like this, if you talk like this, all right, you'll be accepted. All right. I even had somebody say, I heard somebody say that it's cruel to have children darker than you, because if you have children darker than you, you're giving them a harder life than you. All right. So essentially, you're handing over your bloodline, all right, for acceptance, which you never fully get. All right. No matter how light you are, it's just not in there. No matter how much you talk like them, act like them, you're never accepted because their genetics won't allow them to. So 153, he says, what is Nafarmul, beautiful in the cinema screens, television, Safahat's books and magazines. All right. So he programs you to tell you what's beautiful. All right. So they put the flowing hair, dramatic music. All right. Just think of anything from the 90s. The girl, she would take her hair down, it would bounce down. The camera would slow down. The person, men and women, their mouths would just go. And as a child, you're watching that and you say, well, I guess that's beautiful. All right. And now you're programmed to accept that as beautiful. But the reality is that naturally you're not inclined to that. Naturally, no one's inclined to that naturally. If it wasn't for the program and constant programming, that's what made people want that. Because naturally people without all the advertisements, all right, you see what people naturally gravitate towards. All right. And even with all that programming, they say tall, dark, and handsome. You know, that's what a lot of Caucasian women say. All right. So he says what is Nafarma beautiful on cinema screens, TV, safahats, books, magazines. All right. They even have a magazine, Who's the Most Beautiful Person in the World. It's usually some type of Caucasian or neutrinoid. All right. 154. Just look at the sports, football. All right. Known as, and it's interesting. I hope the person who asked the question about football is here. All right. So just look at the sport football, which would be our soccer. All right. Oh, wait. No, football is tackle football. Let's just read it. 155. Known to the world over. Known as that the world over. All right. So that's soccer. In America, we call it soccer, but throughout the rest of the world, it's called football. All right. So just look at the sport football, known as that world over. And as soon as he sees he can't get the Tapal world to take his sport, tackle football, he changes the Renan name from football to soccer. All right. So tackle football is American sport, Caucasian sport. That one that didn't really catch on throughout the world like the other sports did. All right. So that's why it's a political thing, Baabaa Yaanun. All right. So then comes in and cheats to win and changes the name and takes control of it. 157. For a girl, it looks pretty, Nafamo, beautiful, Janasi, that's sexy. Yet again, his form of each, as shown to you on television or cinema, give your katat's body to boys and have boyfriends, and you will be loved and accepted. All right. So they program the woman of what is beautiful, what is sexy, how to behave. All right. It starts from childhood. A way that I remember how people insult people. I don't think people insult people that way. That's why you don't have a man. Like it would be nothing about anything, and then I hear women arguing, or even men arguing with women. That's why you don't have a man. So it's like it's programming women to validate themselves through some form of sex. All right. So give your body to boys, have boyfriends, and you will be love accepted. All right. 158, you will receive gifts. You'll be taken care of. You'll have fun until they can make your daughter, girls, women, want to be in the image and like them. Blondes have more fun. All right. So even how to relate. All right. How they validate their femininity. All right. So a lot of women, they feel more feminine because men want to give them gifts and what they can get. And that's being programmed. All right. Or blondes have more fun. Now look, everybody's wearing a blonde hair. All right. When I was a child, I used to hear that all the time. All right. 160. Then they want you to mix with their kakasnad, zazazu, Caucasian men, as they are seen on big screen, as always so great and sakemur, powerful to the image of their gadadu gods, angels, prophets, saints in their religion. They have you living in their Shabbat image and accepting the Shabbat image of their gadad, the mudwal devil, a man. All right. Revelations 13, chapter 18. Second Thessalonians, all right, chapter 2, verses 3, and Ezekiel chapter 28, verses 2, and chapter 6 and chapter 9. A fake Gadad, God, pretender, deceiver, in Revelations chapter 12, 9. All right. So when they were taught this witchcraft and sorcery, essentially, what is their sorcery? Their sorcery is white magic. And what is white magic? It's mastering deception. All right. So getting power through deception, through the appearances of things, knowing how to play with the appearances, and this whole agenda of magazines, television, that's all sorcery. All right. So that is a form of seducing the other races with an illusion. All right. So they're illusionists. And then they make their men look more competent. All right. Because it's like the way that they depict them on the media, it's like Caucasian men, they just have it figured out. You know, they're competent. They try to depict them as like they try to depict them as powerful and strong, but I don't think that really follows through. But the other ones really follow through. All right, that Caucasian men, even how other men relate to Caucasian men, because men like with Baba, if Baba was a Caucasian man, he would be famous. All right, um, but it's like they call Baba crazy and all types of the type of facts that he has. Yet you have Asian scientists, Caucasian scientists, and various people studying under Baba, and they're getting awards and acclamations for just parroting things that Baba had talked about a long time ago. All right. You have neuroscientists and physicists and different people that study under Baba, and they're different races. But you can see Baba's information when it comes to Baba. Even for us, Nagaru people, they're programmed to see the Caucasian man as the authority on certain things. So they may question it and have a problem receiving certain facts from Baba more than a Caucasian. And um, one of my uncles, he was telling me an example that he like at the time he had an electronics store, and the type of questions that people would ask him with his electronics store, they would question him, and then they would just be so what's that word called when you're not skeptical. But he said if I was a white man, they would just be like, oh yeah, this is good quality, yeah, thank you. So it just goes to show that programming. All right, so you will receive gifts. Okay, let's go back. So now you have us worshiping their image. They have our women worshiping their image, all right, because the Caucasian man seems more competent. They have our men worshiping their image because the long hair and all that is considered feminine, you know. So for boys, it looks tough, all right, be bad boy. Also look good, janasi, sexy. However, this again, his form of cool, tough, bad boy, gang, teams, as TV show, as shown on TV or cinemas, out for janas, sex, and shahe, pleasure, the more the better. All right. So boys are even programmed on how to be masculine. All right. And a lot of the times they're being programmed actually to destroy themselves. Go out and have sex. That's the message they say to boys. All right. The more the better. All right. Go out and be a tough guy. Go join a gang. All right. This is all masculine. So you see they did that with because like the gangster that was manufactured. That was a manufactured. And uh a lot of us, we were watching, I'm talking about our men. It was cool to like watch the Al Pacino, Godfather, and all those gangster movies. All right. So They made that cool. That's masculine. That's the program that they gave the brothers. Go out and kill yourselves, kill each other, fight each other, and have sex with all these women. All right. That's masculine. All right. So you think of it. I look good to others, you will be accepted. All right. So that's what they teach you. If you look good for others, it's going to make you also mold yourself to what you think is acceptable to others. All right. So give your haya life. Give your haya life, your future, your ba soul over to him in his own undercover way. So you, Fakor, think this is what you want. So that's what you think you want. So when somebody tries to offer you something else, you're not interested. Now, I'll take the death way. This is what I want. Because you've been programmed to want these things. All right. When it's what he wants, this is what he wants for you. This is how I want you to act. This is how I want you to look to be accepted. All right. This is how I want you to talk. This is how I want you to present yourself. All right. So nothing angers them more than when you're living in your own image. All right. So that is blind thakak, faith. And in time, you bump into all kinds of heartaches, makad pain, marat disease, sufferings. And then he is not there to help you and you are alone. All right. So everything that they're showing, go out, have lots of dates, go gangbang. You only live once. Go drink, go do this, go do that. And that's normal. All right. And then in the long term, you're left holding the bag. All right. And he's not there to help you with that. After he normalized you the very fate that you brought on yourself. All right. But he's not there to help you. So he will do nothing. I mean, he will do anything to be your leader and to rule you. All right. Why is so many people want to be somebody else's leader? All right. I'm noticing that in general. And that's really, the reality is this. It's not, I don't want to say it's not them. It's the spirit force that's permeating. All right. Somebody had inboxed me and told me that they don't like the behavior of my followers. I'm like, I wasn't even aware that I had any followers. All right. I have a group that's open to the public and we read together. Now, some people are followers by nature. I can't help that. I never asked anybody to follow me, but some people, they're just always going to be a follower. Right. But I can't. And if they're not following something, they're going to follow something else. Follow. Just some people are just followers. All right. But I wasn't aware. And I never referred to anybody as a follower or my follower. I didn't address that though. I just ignored it. 168. That is the Mudwawu devil's trick in many forms, yet all are a form of Zaham, religion. All right. So it's funny because people would tell you I'm not religious. I don't even believe in God. Right. Some people would tell you that. But then look at the way they live. And then you could say, yes, you are religious. All right. Because Baba broke down the many forms of being religious. All right. You're doing recreation to your body. All right. And you're just living by faith in some shape or form, because if you are more intentional, you'll be aware of the outcome. And then you realize that it's about faith. It's not about faith. It's about fate. And every decision that we're making, we're sealing some form of fate. And if you're not aware of how your actions are going to have an effect on you long term or for your life to come, then you're living by faith. And it's just wherever you end up, you'll end up. That's faith. All right. So they live under religion. So the Madwaru tricks in many forms, yet all are a form of Za'am, religion. 169. All right. Even think about it. I'm not religious, but I'm going to perm my hair. I'm going to put this chemical in my hair. And now there's a class action lawsuit that women are suing because it's been finally linked to fibroids, which people have been saying that for a long time. And it's linked to fibroids and different things like that. All right. So if you knew how you were put together, you wouldn't disrespect the way nature made you. So if you're living outside of nature, then by definition, you are religious. All right. So blind faith in his system, what he shows you to program you, politics, sports, employment in uniform are all a form of devotion, azam, a religion, opinion to which you belong. All right. A religion or opinion. So you're giving up all the facts for someone's opinion. That's religion. You join his wars, get trained to kata, kill for him in a uniform. You join a sports team to entertain him. You put on a uniform to work for him, to act for him, model for him, sing for him, rakus, dance for him, all for him in his Shabbat image. You live and will die for him. He is the wild evil. Their Muslafu ancestors cannot help you. They cannot hear you. Your voice box, Hazuz, vibrates unlike theirs, and is why you can tell the difference when a Kakas Nadu Kokazoi speaks versus when a Nagad Nadu Negroid speaks. Vibration is not the same and on a different frequency. All right. So if you can catch the same vibration of something else, you can actually touch that thing from across the room. Musicians may know that. So those of us who are musicians, that if you're tuning up an instrument over here, you might strike a certain note, and that other instrument that you're not even by starts to vibrate as well. All right. Somebody was telling me, for example, when they tune whatever instrument it was, like maybe a cigar, a guitar, or whatever instrument they had, I can't remember. They said that the drum would start to vibrate, all right, and just from that vibration, all right. If they once they got to a certain tune, so they cannot help you, all right, because it's a different vibration. That's a different family tree, and it's none of your business, all right. But they have you ignoring your business and getting into somebody else's. So now you're just food, all right. So they had 175. They have been killing off all the Nagar Nadu Negroids who Ganesh sing, Kamem black voices, or Tazuzats, vibrations. All right. So that was done by design. So now everybody has a neutrinoid voice. Everybody sings the same. All right. They're making it popular to sing in that teenage boy voice. All right. You don't really hear very masculine voices anymore. You don't hear a certain type of frequency that was done by design. And Baabaa said they were actually purposely killing the singers. All right. So they can have the generic Beyonce voices. All right. Because you have white women that sing like that too. That screaming. She sound like a trumpet to me. All right. So 176. Just look at who they have been katul killing and saying they died this way or that way. Now look between the year the 1900s to 2000 AD, and now at all the Kamen black singers who all seem to just transition, such as Eartha Kitt's 1927 to 2008, a raspy, soulful voice. Ray Charles died in 2004, from 1930 to 2004. Donny Hathaway, 1945 to 1979. James Brown, 1933 to 2006. Soulful voice. Etta James, 1938 to 2012. A soulful voice. Whitney Houston, 1963 to 2012. A soul filled voice, to name a few. All right. He goes on to name many. Barry White. You don't hear Barry Whites anymore. All right. Marvin Gaye. All right. Otis Redding. Curtis Mayfield. Gerald Levert. A.D. Lou Rawls. Phyllis Hyman. And the lead singing groups are Harold Melvin of the Blue Notes. All right. Melvin Franklin. David Ruffin. Eddie Kendricks. All right. The Temptations. Teddy Pendergrass. Main lead singer of Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes. Also Luther Vandross, Minnie Riperton. All right. And many more. Look it up. So specifically young people who doesn't, and we're not really together like we used to be, where you were with your grandparents. And many of the parents now, they're trying to be like the young people. But I remember when I was a child that the adults, I had to listen to their music of their time period, and they would put it on while they were cooking and cleaning, and I would listen to it. All right. So many of the generation now, you're not really hearing the music play in the household like you used to. So take your time and get familiar with the way that we used to sound. All right. There was no mistaking a Caucasian singer for a Nagaru singer. All right. It was a clear distinction. Nowadays, everybody sounds the same. That has been done intentionally. All right. They were killed. A lot of them were killed. All right. So you will see all this unique Naga Nadu, Negroid voices. And if you listen to them, they didn't have one sound. They sounded like themselves. I gotta add somebody to that list, Nina Simone. All right. That's what being soulful is. The creativity. Now everybody's a cookie cutter machine. All right. Generic voices, generic faces, generic bodies. All right. And all lack is soul. So 181. The new Nagar Nadu Negroids sound like them. All right. Talking about Caucasians. They are removing our racist tones in the West and bred from the 1600s to 2000. All right. That took 400 years for them to make a Negro, Mukmam, Madwao, a black devil, and remove all dark-skinned persons from the public eye. All right. Remove all dark-skinned persons from the public eye, replacing the God Nadu Negroids on TV or cinemas with darker skinned Latinos, Indians, and Asians. All right. So neutralizing. So what did they do? They did the same thing with everything that we have put out. They did that to the music. I'm thinking about even reggae. Reggae started very conscious. They neutralized it. They talk a lot about sex now. Dancehall. All right. I'm even thinking, let's see, rap. It started off rhythm and poetry. All right. And what's going on? Neutralized it. All right. They talk about nothing. All right. What else? Even Afrobeat. Afrobeat, they need to look at us as a warning from the West. Afrobeat started off with natural music. Like the father of Afrobeat, his name is Fela Kuti. Listen to Afrobeat from the 70s versus Afrobeat today. All right. It's being heavily influenced by what's happening to us here in the West. All right. So that's all about neutralizing. All right. The sounds and also neutralizing the features and the people themselves. All right. Then mix all to produce a neutrinoid race whose voice is a new tone that can't make contact with pure Afafre Ka'u, African spirit forces to open the way. All right. That's being done on purpose. All right, so they're trying to close certain doors so that we could lose our protections. Only pure Murapu European forces feeding their Satu Akak 6 ether forces. All right, so they can't make contact with their African spirit forces. They can only make contact with their European spirit forces. All right, because they're sounding European. All right, talking about getting all mixed up. So they get all mixed up and then they're on the European frequencies. So they are a lost ka spirits. They become lost spirits. All right. And that's what they're doing. They're sucking the life out of us. All right. And then you're lost. There's nothing that they can do for you. All right. Talking about even these 6 ether forces, they just feed on you. All right. So look good in the Katetel Tapal physical world. You have no contact on the Ka'alha Tapal spirit world. All right. So you could look good here in the physical world on the standard of what they consider good. All right. But you cut yourself off from all your spiritual world. So you are just no contact. You just call out into nothingness. All right. So they had to or have to kill off all unique Nagad Nadu, Negroid voices, to cut off the etheric cord between the Katata Tapal physical world and our Ka'a Tapal spiritual world. All right. So it's not just about you having that voice, it's also about listening to that voice. And they weren't just individually cutting off individuals, they were trying to cut it off for the people. All right. So now it's funny because one of my friends, he listens to like a lot of like music. He listens to like a lot of music from like let's say the 90s on. All right. When they started to sing more in falsetto and higher pitched voices. And when he starts singing, he always goes into a higher register. And his voice goes from kind of deep. He doesn't have the deepest voice. But then he starts to sing like this. And I'm like, he sounds like a teenager. I'm like, man, we don't have any masculinity anymore, you know? But that's what has happened to our people. All right. And so when we listen to music, it's all neutrinoid voices. All right. So we won't be able to vibrate ourselves out of here or vibrate ourselves into whatever dimension. All right. That's being done by design. 189. Our frequency response is 405 to 425 megahertz. These are our band waves to link mind to mind. All right. Before I started reading it, and then I have this one. All right. My tuning fork. Because I was reading our tone wavelength A. And one thing that made me want to start chanting, besides Baba telling me to chant, was that Baba said that some people are chanting to keep him incarcerated and some are chanting for his freedom. And we're all side by side. So don't think that everybody who's chanting with you is working with the same spirit force as you. I was like, what does that mean? I mean, I know some people pretend that they want Baba home, but they really don't. But what does that mean when it comes to notes? I'm like, maybe some people are chanting wrong on purpose. All right. But it's like, as of now, you know, we need to work on our chants. All right. So now you see why. Because it was meant to heal the vibrations so we can hear those messages again. All right. And link mind to mind again. And there's a whole astral fact called divide and conquer. It's also the division is also a Paa Taraq. All right. So now you see how it's being done by the tones as well. And there's a concentrated effort to keep the people from mind linking, which is another master secret from Baba. So we have all those titles of scrolls, and we're seeing Baba's giving us the science. right? So his Tayyaf ghost, spirit being under whichever name of Gadad, God cannot hear your prayers, chants, or cries, your laments. Many Nagad Nadu Negroes ask me why they are not able to make Katal, spiritual contact with their own relative who passed over. I ask, what are they? 192. If you have Kakasnadu Caucasoid relatives, once out of their Katat's body, they cannot hear you. All right. So Caucasoids, it's not even like they mind linked. That's why many cultures you see they honor their ancestors. All right. Nagaru, without the interferences of the three those three religions of the Adamite religions. We go back, we honor our ancestors. If you go to uh the Orientals, they honor their ancestors. They do that little bell. Like I was watching one of their rituals. I think they were Korean. They was practicing their like an old thing, and then they did some type of humming or whatever, and then they rang the bell, and then they put it down, and they were honoring their mother who had transitioned when the kids were very small, so she can still be active in their life. But notice Caucasians, they don't deal with ancestral worship. They deal with brotherhood. All right. And that's the reason. In actuality, they usually trying to ward off their ancestors. All right. So we deal with ancestral, they deal with brotherhood. They deal with fraternities. And that's why. Because their ancestors don't even bother with them. All right. They really can't. They're one dimensional. Or should I say, they're just on this dimension, physical. All right. So if you have Caucasus Nadu, Caucasoid relatives, once out of their Katat's body, they cannot hear you. They, Kazuz, vibrate on a different frequency than you. If they are Nagad Nadu, Negroids, and you have mixed your DNA with Caucasus Nadu while alive in a sexual exchange of bodily fluid, their spirit forces may rule your own. So they block off your Nagad Nadu, Negroid contact. All right. So what they do is that they interfere. All right. They interfere, and that's called the genetic war. All right. So it's all about tazuzats, vibrations. Once out of the katat's body, all you are is energy, tone, and tazuz vibration on your personal DNA, genomes, and frequency. All right. So in the physical world, your vibration, and then you continue to be vibration on the other side. All right. So there can be many reasons in your Daman blood that keeps you from making contact. All right. That's why Baba tells us to clean ourselves up. Certain things we shouldn't be partaking in anymore. So there's many ways. This is just one way Baba explains that you can get cut off. All right. Again, with those belief systems, what ends up happening? We talked about how the blood can get affected by hormones because this is all a hormonal doctrine. This is happening with your hormones. All right. Because the hormones make us release certain and from our glands. It's released from our glands. That's why our glands are our seats. That's our chakras. That's the actual seats, which are the glands, because the glands are what give off secretions. That's why Baba said that the secrets are secreted. The secrets are secreted from your very own DNA. All right. So now, if you have blind feet, if you have blind faith and all these other things that's going on, what can happen is that you can start secreting out of time. So you're all out of rhythm. So you're giving off the wrong hormones at the wrong time in the wrong combination. Think about that as also a block. All right. So now you have cortisol. Your stomach is getting big because you have cortisol. All right. You can't use the bathroom at the proper time. All right. So you can't even physically it blocks you from physically doing what you have to do. Spiritually, it's also blocking you from what you have to do. All right. So that's another example. So I'm just the many examples Baba said. All right. So there can be many reasons in your demand blood that keeps you from making contact. Also catching diseases. All right. Can also affect, because diseases can affect the DNA. Therefore, it can affect the contact, right? Your natural contact. So 197, call all you want, and as you can, and wait, husband, call all you want, and as you have seen, be you Mubaru Hebrew, Muksasu Christians, or Muslims, you have not received an answer or help from Yahweh, Jah, Christ, Jesus, or Allah. All right. And I was laughing because when I was a child, I watched a movie that really scared me. It was actually it's traumatizing. I think it was called Left Behind or something like that. And it had a really disturbing like music. And it was like, you are left behind. How could you be so blind? You are left behind. That's how they sang it, just like that. You are left behind. And it was a movie about, and it was shot in the 1970s. And it was a movie about a woman who she didn't believe in Jesus Christ. And she was not interested in any Christian doctrine. So what ended up happening was that she woke up one day and all the Christians were gone. And um and they were trying to get her to get the mark, and she wouldn't get the mark, so she couldn't buy. All right, like she had to get some type of implant or be in their system plugged in somehow. And you could see her just running around. She didn't fit in with society. And yeah, so yeah, that was the movie. um why was I bringing that up? Let me read again so I can remember why I was mentioning that movie. So nothing has changed. There we go. That's why I was mentioning it too. So 198. Nothing has changed for the better in your Hayat life when you converted or was born in those taqaqats, faiths that you could not have done on your own. No help will come. All right. So Bob is saying that you have achieved nothing, that there's nothing special that it did for you that you couldn't have done on your own. All right. You're still in the same positions, and um and everything that's going on in society, because what they used to teach was that Christians are going to be raptured, and then everyone else, they're not going to be raptured, and they're going to have to go through they're going to be left behind with the mark of the beast. He's going to be let loose on the world to run amok, and then you can't do certain things unless you're in a certain system. It's going to be crazy, and then you'll have a second chance to go with God after that. So technically, everything that's going on, the true Christians should have been raptured before all of this happened. So why were they left behind when they believed in God? All right. So now they're waiting for that judgment day. All right. Which is actually happening. So it doesn't make it just shows like why are Christians here now. All right. Because their God can't help them. It was all an illusion. All right. They were supposed to avoid all this suffering. All right. But they're here. All right. So 199. You have to be on your own station with your own Muslafu ancestors to be heard and helped. That is exactly what Wu-Nuwap will do. Remove all disturbances. All right. So that's the purpose of this whole doctrine. All right. The purpose of the whole doctrine is to remove all the interferences. All right. So you can get back on your station. Once you get back on your station, there's no need for any type of successor because you're on your station. Baba has been sent to a people that got off their station. They're out of tune. So that was the whole purpose of this, to tune you up. All right. So you can plug right back in. So now when you look at Poet symbol, you're going to see that it's an antenna. All right. That's tuning in to the over. So yeah, the Poet symbol, it tells you what Unuap is doing. All right. There are many dimensions of our language. So the Rana name you call on must be of your own race and not others. All right. I was taking a tour through Ghana. Right. I was in Ghana. And somebody, all right. So this guy, he really knows the family line, the navigations. He could tell you about, he knew a lot about the family. So he just went around asking the Africans what their last name was. And then he was like, okay, yeah, I know that family. He just gave a little history. And then somebody said Muhammad. And when they said Muhammad, they said that's not our family. So I don't, that's a conversion. So there was nothing to be said for the person with Muhammad. All right. So it's like you're giving up your whole legacy. All right. And if you're saying Muhammad, you're saying something that's only 1,400 years minimum. Why would you give up something that's thousands and thousands and thousands for 1,400? And now you cut off and the person can't even tell you. All right. So, and these are the native. They wasn't asking the ones who are visiting. They were just asking a native. So I asked I asked that person why you want to give up your legacy like that. All right. So the name must be of your own race, not others. Again, because the true meaning of the name will attract the deity, just as your Rana name will attract you when you call out. All right. So when you call out the tone that you're going by, it attracts you to it. So somebody says your name, like I'm just going to read somebody's name. I say John. All right. That person automatically probably stopped what they were doing, look at the camera. Now, so did all the other Johns who are vibrating on this dimension as well. So if there's multiple Johns in this group, they all looked over. And then so would the other Johns, all right, who are vibrating on that. So now when you call your ancestors who are vibrating like you, and you're going by that name, all right, or that frequency or the language, not only will you respond to it, but so will that the frequencies that they respond to. And it's already in your blood. So think about it. You turn on that blood that's already existing in you. All right. So you tap into that grandma, that grandpa that's already in your blood and beyond. All right. And those spirit forces. All right. Because you have that genetic memory. All right. So again, because the true meaning of the name will attract the deity, just as your Rana name will attract you when you call out. In our culture, Wunawap, Fataraism or animism, the deity or deities are related to Fatar nature. So we call them Muntaru. All right. So our deities are not just some. It's funny because somebody came to argue how the man, because they having a hard time with the feminine energy, some people. And somebody was like, no God except Ptah. But I'm like, you're still coming from a very, because Ptah is depicted with an erection ejaculating into, you'll see that. So he has a erection, they showing that's how creation came to be. But I was like, it's not about the penis per se. It's about the ejaculation itself. And women can ejaculate too. All right. as per some women can ejaculate. And a lot of things, a lot of systems in our bodies have been shut down, male and female. All right. A lot of our potential we have been disconnected from. So it's about that uh how Ptah can take many forms. All right. So it's not about some random man that's just standing in the boundless universe, masturbating and having an ejaculation. All right. It's more to it, you know. And it's like for us, because of the how do you say that? When somebody interrupts. Yeah, the interruptions that has come, a lot of the times we're still coloring our culture with Eurocentric minds. All right. So in a way, we're translating the culture, and it's still colored with the frequencies that we're still on. All right. So now, how Bobby explains it, our deities are related to Paa Taraq nature. All right. So it has to reflect what's going on in nature. We just give it a language. All right. So I could use this because the same pattern is going to, like, I can use the eye because it's following the same pattern of nature that's going to play out in the same pattern in a different way. So I'll use the eye to explain the pattern for this. All right. The penis to explain the pattern for that, etc., to explain the pattern for that. It's the very actions that's happening in multiple dimensions and how it plays out in nature in the grander scale and how it plays out interpersonally. All right. It happens also interpersonally and what it looks like in the different forms. All right. Those are all still forces of nature. All right. So I would say 203 is a very key verse to take in. So in our culture, Wunawa, Fatarism or animism, a deity or deities are related to Fatar nature. So we call them Mundaru, overseers. All right. To oversee different aspects that's happening. All right. Different aspects of nature. At times, this is what nature is doing. At other times, this is what nature is doing. So it takes on a different persona. It personifies differently, it takes on a different energy. And if it was to personify in a solid form, it would be similar to like that. All right. So we can use solidified examples of nature to speak for the energy that's behind it. All right. That's animism. So, and each mandar overseer has a personal name or attribute, be they Ayash male or Asha female. And each reacts to Fatar nature in their own way when called on by one of their own, Nagar Nadu, Negroids, Mukmatu, Egyptians, Afafre Kahu, Africans. All right. Same thing like you. Because all these forces exist inside you for you. All right. So, like when you're dealing with chemistry, the different chemicals, they have their own personality. And this chemical and these two chemicals will act differently than if I put this chemical down and I pick up another one. It's a different relationship. So they all relate, in their own way. All right. Just like people and just like different times. If you catch me in a different mood, it's like almost like dealing with another person. All right. So what's appropriate to me right now may not be appropriate at that time. All right. So there's different sides of nature. All right. There's different personifications of nature. All right. So we didn't really have a name called God. All right. For lack of a better word, and being somewhere in the middle because our stories got infiltrated the best word that we had was nadar, and there's no real way to translate that into English. So when people try to translate a word from this English and they try to translate it back there, there's really no word for God in that language. Nadar is the closest word. All right. So you are by fatar nature, muwadu, that is ones who are good, and nagad nadu, negroid. They are by fatar nature, murwahu, ones who are evil, by fatar nature, as kakas nadu. All right, their very nature is out of tune with nature. Their own makers called them evil. And what did they do when they were born? They disrupted the ecosystem because all the animals, they were out of their own order. All right, when you go back and you read that verse. All right, so let's read that verse. Let's see if we can find it. When they came down, I'm looking for that verse that we read earlier. Okay, this verse I do. So on page 24, after Bobby explained animism, all right, he explained animism in his words, and then he explained how by nature, all right, Nagad Nadu are good, and by nature, the Caucus Nadu is evil, all right? So let's read this. And it came to pass, I'm reading Jubilee, the book of Jubilee, chapter 5, verses 1 through 3. And it came to pass, when the children of men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and the daughters were born unto them, that the angel of God saw them on a certain year of this Jubilee, that they were beautiful to look upon, and they took themselves wives, all of whom they chose, and they bare unto them sons, and they were giant, and lawlessness increased on the earth, and all flesh corrupted its ways. All right, all flesh corrupted its way. Alike men and cattle and beasts and birds and everything that walked on the earth, all of them corrupted their ways and their orders, and they began to devour each other. All right, so it disrupted the ecosystem. All right, so the behaviors of the birds and the beasts, all right, the cattles, all right, everything was shifted. All right, and everything, they began to eat each other, right? And lawlessness increased on the earth, and every imagination of thoughts of all men was evil continually. And God looked upon earth, and behold, it was corrupt, and all flesh corrupted its orders, and all that were upon earth had wrought all manner of evil. All right, so that's a disruption to the ecosystem. Even the fact that they ran out of food to feed these beings, so they started to eat each other. All right, and then they started to go out to convert other beings, which is actually a violation. When you're going out to convert a nature of someone else, all right, that's a violation to that being's nature. And I'm talking about a natural nature. All right, so for example, a way of converting a being's nature would be like taking a wolf, domesticating the wolf, breeding it and breeding it and breeding it so it could watch TV and fit in your pocketbook. All right, so now, as long as you don't take care of that, that dog is useless when you don't take care of it. All right, because it's a creation of unnatural nature. All right, or when you take a lion and you're teaching it to ride a bike. All right, and then you make the rat and the cat be best friends. All right, that disrupts the natural order of things. It's out of tune. All right, and it will give birth to problems in time. All right, it might be immediate problems or it might be problems long term, but that disrupts the natural order of things. which that comes out of order. And it was like, for example, I had taken a tour through Costa Rica, and I went through the rainforest with a local, and then the local was explaining the different things that's happening in the rainforest, and I looked at life different. I've never looked at life the same after that. And for example, you have I forgot the name of those particular bats, but there's a lot of bats, and they're snake bats because the way that they move in unison, and like they move from side to side, but they stay on the tree, and it looks like a snake. Um, and then you have vampire bats, and I was in the rainforest, and it's illegal to kill the bats because the bats eat the mosquitoes. So there's no need to wear any type of insect repellent because I have forgot to pack any insect repellent, and I never got bit, not once. I got bit after when I went to Florida, and I'm like, I got bit in Florida, but I didn't get bit in the rainforest where you would think there would be a lot of mosquitoes. So it's a natural order to things. But what happens when you disrupt that order? Now everything's out of order, and you're constantly trying to compensate, and you're spraying pesticides and all that other things when there's a natural order, all right, and why things work, all right. So as Nagadu Nadu, we're naturally in tune with the natural order, all right. As Caucasoids, they disrupt the order anywhere they go, all right. So they destroy, all right. Even when they're trying to do good, their very nature makes them out of tune. So they're bad for the ecosystem. All right. Look at how much damage they've done in such a short period when you look at how long the span of other societies and the span of how short theirs is. All right. So
I have a
one,
question on that.
yes, Rahubat Kosi.
Wow, but so if they knew they were this bad, why did they give them the dominion over Earth for 6,000 years? Is it our Paa Taraq who gave them this dominion?
Can you repeat yourself?
And if they knew that they were this bad, why did they leave them the dominion over Earth for 6,000 years?
Okay.
Is it
Well,
our Paa Taraq who gave them?
well, the thing is that they have their own makers. So their God is not that's not our God. Their God is the one who grafted them. All right. And even when you start grafting things, you start taking things out of its natural sequence. All right. It's gonna cause a disruption. So they had the same twisted nature and even more corrupted nature as their very makers, which is not our makers. So Baba's trying to show what kind of God are you following. All right. We don't have the same God. Our God, we go back to Panataru. We have the God of animism, and that is nature. So
Okay.
our deities, for lack of a better word, is the very forces of nature. It's not Baba explained that you had these extraterrestrials uh, passing themselves off as forces of nature when they were just beings with more information. That's all they were. Uh,
I see. You answered my question. But where were they when they were giving this dominion to them, our ancestors?
Well, they didn't get dominion over our ancestors. They had dominion over the Caucasians. And the Caucasians, they only have dominion over us when we start mixing in and doing things with them. But we were out of their jurisdiction. So Baba said to stop mingling with their families, step back and start to build. Because the prisons that we're in is really the ones that we created in the infiltrations. Because in actuality, they have no dominion over us. And Baba explained that as well. That why he said, think about it. Why do you think that so many Caucasians get abducted and you don't? Is it because do you stop and think that maybe there's something advocating for you?
Hmm. Sure.
Yes, so these are two different groups. But for us, we keep and you see how they got into the bloodline, even with the example of the birth of Ishmael, where Abraham actually raped Hagar, all right, giving birth to this mingled seed, all right, being half African or Egyptian, half African, and half Mesopotamian, all right, to have this new child, the Arab, who's seeking his father's approval, all right. And it's like, look at the way your father treated you, how he put you into the wilderness, all right, because he had his son with his wife Sarah, so he doesn't need you anymore, all right, by their own story, you know. So you see how he gets into our family line, all right, by mixing with us. But uh the African, and I'm not talking about those of us in the middle, the African by nature is good, the Caucasian by nature is bad, right? And then you have, let's say, the ones who of us who are Arabianized or mingled up. We had to find a way to unmingle ourselves. And that's what we are doing now. All right. We're going back to our African ancestors. And that's why we chant for the guidance and protection to guide us and protect us against the wicked ones. All right. That has infiltrated our genetics, that make us out of tune with each other and nature. So think of how to hurt. Okay, 208. When you call them the Mudwal devil, they will say, I'm not a devil. Then go and do dawal, evil things to others. All right. So they say, I'm not a devil. Then they go and do something bad to someone else. All right. Think of how to hurt others in smallest ways. Scheme, plot, plan, entrap, play games on others just to see a reaction, a prank, and call it funny, where others may get hurt. It's right on television. They create weapons, games of chance, contests for a winner, and a hurt for a loser. Danger, drugs, smoking, alcohol. All right. Very interesting. In China, China is a big tea drinking society, or it was, until uh Starbucks, the first Starbucks opened in China. And the young people, the ones who are like probably uh 40 and younger, it became a coffee culture. It was a tea culture for centuries. All right. And you know how dangerous and bad for you coffee can be. All right. So they went from a tea culture. And then there's this other guy, he travels to different remote parts of Africa, remote parts of like the Amazons, in South America, places where the people still live remotely, all right? And they still live pretty much remotely and amongst themselves only. And he goes and he travels to these places to give the people candy, to record their reaction and see what they think about it. All right. When there's no need for that, you know. So it's like, it's no harm in that, it's just candy. And I think that's one of the worst things. There was another documentary out that happened in another a small tribe in the Amazons that have been just amongst themselves. And somebody went over there and introduced porn, gave them pornography. So they all started watching pornography, and it really disrupted their culture. That a lot of them just watch pornography all day. Actually, everybody was just watching pornography all day and having orgies, things that they never did before. All right. So this is the effect that the Caucasian has on others. They have their system. All right. And then be confused when they be called the devil. All right. They go and disrupt the natural order of things. All right. So they create crimes on cinemas, fears, fright, and terror. They sit and think how to cause other races suffering, of other people's yasaru families, how to start conflicts as wars. That is their dawal, evil, wicked, fatar nature, as found in their Bible. In Genesis chapter 3, verses 15, it reads, and I will put enmity between thee and the woman, between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. As hate given by their Gadad, God. All right. So their God has actually gave them that defect in their genetics. That by their very genetics, they're encoded to not get along with others. It's a part of them that just has the need to want to have dominion. So having dominion, meaning that they have to go and conquer. All right. I have no interest in having dominion over someone else. I could either be in harmony with you or be right out of harmony out my life, right? But having dominion over somebody is a form of like going to conquer someone. All right. So they have a need to want to be the star of somebody else's show. All right. And that's in their genetics. All right. So their God created hate as enmity between seeds. Their, all right. So not their Lord God. In Genesis chapter 4, verses 3 to 5, created competition that resulted in one person being emotionally hurt and called continents falling. And he, Katula, killed his own half brother. All right. So that was a competition. Cain and Abel gave an offering. All right. Abel's offering was accepted. Cain wasn't. So it caused his feelings to he's bent out of shape. He's angry. And you've seen that. I was watching these track stars, they were running. And one guy, I guess he was giving it his best. And he was starting to lose to the very end. And whatever took over his body, he just ended up slapping the other guy so hard on the back. But he made the guy get to the finish line faster. It was funny, and it was a professional running, you know. So it's like the continents falls when you lose. All right. Especially if you're a competitive person. All right. So their Lord God in Genesis chapter 6, verses 2, taught them to rape and birthed them. Genesis, all right. So those very beings came down and took the woman they chose. All right. So you can just take in the Bible. When I read the Bible cover to cover, it's just full with all kinds of rapes. And then there was this one rape that really disturbed me in the Bible. And in the story, I forgot the people's names, but I just remember the story. There was this man, and he was lusting after his cousin. And it was this woman. You can marry cousins in the Bible. And he was lusting after her. And he pretended to be sick so she could feed him soup. So she cooked him soup, and he laid and he was acting like he was sick. And then when she went to go feed him the soup, he ended up raping her, because he would just be full of so much passion when he would see her. And she was a virgin and everything. So then he raped her. And then after he raped her, he despised her with the same amount of, like, he wasn't interested. Like he was physically, but he satisfied his passion, and that was it. So then the brothers, like, they found out from her brothers that she had been raped. So they were this was the solution that they came up with. You have to make her an honest woman, and you have to marry her, because you have, or else you damaged her, like, for the future, something like that. And I was like, wow. But I don't think he wanted to marry her. I think he had refused. And I was like, wow. So in the Bible, they could have made he didn't make it right though by marrying her. I was like, wow, in the Bible, if you rape a woman, you can make it all right. All you had to do is marry her. And everything is okay now. And I was like, wow, that religion is not for me. So they go and take women that they choose. Sarah had no say in. She was just the handmaid of Sarah. I'm talking about Hagar. I meant to say Hagar had no say. No one came to Hagar and said, "Hey, Hagar, I'm having trouble conceiving. So what do you think about being a second wife to Abraham? How do you feel about that?" And when you have a child, I'll raise a child as my own. There was never any discussion about that to Hagar. Sarah went to her husband and said, "I can't have a child. Go take my servant, have a child. Go have sex with her, and then when she gets pregnant, I could take the son for my own." That was the discussion. And Sarah, so that's what Abraham went and did. So Abraham actually went and raped Hagar. All right. And then Hagar gets pregnant. Ishmael is born. And Hagar was very upset to Sarah for what she has done to her. And she was despised when she saw she was a child. The Bible actually used the word despise. So she was not happy about being pregnant by her rapist. And then she had the child. And then when Sarah had the angel uh, told Sarah that he's going to open her womb, those two angels, and say, "You will conceive." And Sarah laughed and said, "In my old age." And um, so that's the whole story. And she was able to conceive. So then she had Isaac. So then she said, "I'm tired of looking at this lady. She's upset at me." And she mistreated Hagar. Hagar ran, and then she came to an angel in the desert. And then when she went to the angel in the desert, the angel said, "What's wrong?" And then she told the angel, uh, um, my master is abusing me." The angel said, "Go and submit yourself to your master's hands." That's what he said. So she went back to be mistreated some more because that was it. So she went back to be mistreated some more. And then finally Sarah was like, "I can't take this lady. Um, just get rid of her and her son." And then Abraham dropped the son and Hagar into the desert and was like, "You guys can go." And that was it. So Hagar had to find her way and she went back to Egypt. Right. So when you go back and read the Bible, uh, that's the story in the Bible. Exactly like that. I'm just paraphrasing it. All right. So, um, so that's the forces, and that's how they got into our family. So when you call them the Mudwawu devil, they will say, "I'm not the devil." All right. Let's see how to start conflict. They sit and think how to cause other races suffering of other people's Yasadu family. 213, how to start conflict of wars. All right. That is their Dawao, evil, wicked, fatard nature, as found in the Bible. In Genesis chapter 3, verses 15, "I will put enmity between thee and the woman, between thy seed and her seed, and it will bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel." Their God created hate and enmity between seeds. 2:15, their Lord God, in Genesis chapter 4, verses 3 to 5, created competition, all right, resulting in a person being emotionally hurt, called the continents fallen, and he, Katula, killed his own half-brother. Um, I remember I was having a race. I was having a race with one of my nieces, and I didn't let her win. I was like, "I won. I got there first." And she got so mad and like she wouldn't talk to me. And she was like really mad just because she won, like her continents fell, and what people do. It's funny, you know. But that's why we don't compete, because we don't emotionally injure, because that creates gateways, you know. Um, their Lord God in Genesis chapter 6 verses 2 taught them to rape. All right. Their God 2:17 taught them to use metal and make weapons in Genesis chapter 4 verses 22. And he, Lamech, did Katul, kill with them in Genesis chapter 4:23. All right. So it reads, and Zillah, she also bare Tubal-Cain, an instructor of every artificer of brass and iron. And the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. And Lamech said unto his wives, Ada and Zillah, hear my voice, ye wives of Lamech, hearken unto my speech. For I have slain a man to my wounding, a young man to my hurt. All right. So Lamech is talking about how he had killed a man. All right. So 2:18. These are the Adam, the Adam of their Bible and Quran. They claim them as their Muslafu ancestors, from Muhammad back to Abraham, back to Adam, their race. All right. So you could already see how Abraham treats his mixed children. He doesn't care. You're just a means to an end. All right. So these Arabs, or these mingled seeds, they honor their father and disrespect their mother. All right. Quran chapter 3 verses 33. Not ours. Afafre Kaahu, Africans. All right. Everybody else respects their mother. All right. That's the gateway from the spiritual world to the physical world, our mothers. All right. And her hormones are so important to what we become. All right. So it's not just about choosing properly the proper man and the proper woman. That's only a little 10%. All right. The rest of the 90% is a lot about what's going on internally in her workshop. All right. So how those hormones are being secreted can turn on and off certain things in that being that she's creating. All right. Surely the Arabs' God Allah selected Adam and Noah, descendants, families of Abraham, and descendants, families of Abram, over the knowing ones. That's translated by Asaid Isa Al-Hadi Ahmadi in 1970. 219. So, the children of Adam, Hebrew Strong's number, 119 verses 122, Odom. Odom, ruddy red. Hebrew Strong's number, 124. Adomni, reddish. Admoni, that's reddish or red. Hebrew Strong's number 132. Adumine, Hebrew Strong's number 131. Red spots or spotted. Now look up the Strong's coordinates. All right. So Baabaa, he has the gift of gab. And a lot of people with big egos, they like to think, well, that means that he has a gift of like charisma, which he is very charismatic. But when he's talking about the gift of gab, he's really talking about the gift of language. How Baabaa speaks and can understand and communicate in any language. All right. And not just having that, been born with that gift of gab. All right. Because he spoke when he was 4 years old for the first time. He didn't speak not a word. And when he finally spoke at 4 years old, people were, and he hasn't stopped speaking since then. All right. With guidance. All right. The gift of gab. All right. So he had the ability, he found that he could just talk to anybody and understand what they were saying. And then also he went to school for language as well. All right. So he has a degree in that. So Baabaa tells you as well how to research language. So you got the Hebrew Strong's number if you're going through biblical scholars. So you can go through the meanings of words, and the Strong's coordinates. All right. So you see Adam or Edom was pink skin, blush, spotted, as in Leviticus chapter 13, verses 1 through 59. 1 through 59. Not brown skin. All right. He was not brown skin. 222. They and he were not Nagar Nadu. Negroids, yet Caucasus Nadu, Caucasoids, leper race, ruddy, red ruddy, blush, and pink. Spotted people, mixed with their Yahweh, Elohim, or as in Genesis chapter 3, verses 22 through 24. It says cherub, of the cherubim, made them dawal evil by their very fatad nature in their own likeness. In Genesis chapter 1, verses 26 through 27. Reads, and God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. And their God hates. All right. Their God hates. So it has their God said that they created their creation in their image. And then you look at the nature of what their gods were doing. All right. And they have their own petty stories of backstabbing and continents dropping and all this jealousies and all this competitions. And then you see their creation looking and acting as they do. All right. And became a leper white by a disease of La'an, curse, Barasi, leprosy. 9:25. And he said, cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. All right. And their God hates, as it says in Malachi chapter 1, verses 2 to 3. It says, I have loved you, saith the Lord. Yet ye say, wherein hast thou loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother? Said the Lord. Yet I loved Jacob, and I hated Esau, and laid his mountains and his heritage waste for dragons of the wilderness. All right. So he's talking to Jacob and saying, didn't I love you while I hated your brother? All right. Now they have a term for that. They call that triangulation. All right. For those of us who study psychology, that is triangulation, what he just did. That God did. All right. Putting brother again. Why can't you be more like your brother? Or don't you know you're my favorite? Or whatever the case is. Now there's a wedge. All right. So the Lord loves, the Lord hates. All right. How can the creator of all creation have a chosen people? That wouldn't make any sense. All right. 223 allows Shamahat's curses on people. All right. So sometimes God himself said, curse this and curse that. All right. I will cause you to have to work the field forever because you ate an apple. I told you not to. All right. Why give the man the will? Why create a tree in the first place? Why cause a temptation? These people are doing good. All right. According to the story. Why would you put something forbidden in a place that's protected? Why create something forbidden? All right. And then curse them for partaking in the one thing. Don't push that button. And it's like, it's just the nature, especially if someone who's very innocent, they'll probably push the button because they're going to be like, what does that button do? Why would you even put that button there? All right. So nowadays, they can't help themselves. 225, they are always fa'akur, thinking of dawal, evil to do to others, how to hurt others. All right. They're always declaring war on somebody. All right. 15 years ago is the war on the Arabs. I mean, it still is. Now it's the war on the Latinos. And it was the war on the Japanese. If you look, there's never a time where they're not attacking somebody, whether it's turned on themselves or on others. All right? It's always in their imagination. All right? On how to unify around hatred. All right? Because without hatred, there's really no unity for Caucasians. They have no purpose outside of conspiring on affecting pain to someone else. All right. 226. Why would their God revel? Or why would their God reveal jealousy? Taught by their Gadad. In Exodus chapter 20, verses 5 reads, Thou shalt not bow down themselves to them, nor serve them, for I, the Lord, thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. All right. So this God, if you don't love that God, he's going to punish you. All right. And if you serve somebody else, so if I see you serving somebody else, and now just think about feeding somebody else. All right. You should serve me. You shouldn't serve them, because that's going to make me jealous. And I'm going to be so angry. I'm not just going to punish you. I'm going to punish your children, your grandchildren, and your great grandchildren. All right. So that's where that nature is being taught. All right. Or acted out. So Cain, Hebrew Strong's number 7014. Cain, possession, jealous, same root. Hebrew Strong's number is Kana. All right. So Cain goes back to the name of jealousy. All right. That is why Caucasus Nadu, Caucasians hate Nagar Nadu. All right. And the more kind you try to be, the more you try to win them over, the more they hate you. I've experienced that. I remember some sister, I felt like she didn't like me, so I said, you know what? I'm giving an example. Just not a Caucasian, but just a sister. And I was like, you know what? Let me just be a little bit more humble. Maybe that's what it is. And it just made her almost want to abuse me. So so it's like, when somebody just has that hate or that jealous spirit, you have to get away. You have to get away. Either they have to heal, or you have to just, because there's nothing that you could do. A jealous person is dangerous. All right. So their Dawal Gadad, evil God, taught them to hate. Think about what they used to do to cook. Like what would in your imagination make you want to hang a man and then pull his pants down and then chop his penis off. All right. That was a very, very, very common practice when they used to do the lynchings, because the way the anatomy is, when the person gets hanged, a lot of the times they would get an erection just because of the way the body's put together. All right. And there was such a hatred. All right. And admiration for the Nagaru penis. All right. And it's like, let me chop it off and put it in a pickle jar and pickle it. And it would be on sheriff desks and all types of things. All right. So there, Dawal, Gadad. All right. So whose imagination is that? I'm being very detailed to just show what they would think about. All right. They see you and what they want to do to you. All right. So their Dawal, Gadad, evil God, taught them to hate and be jealous of our race. He is in Ezekiel chapter 28, verses 1 through 19, pretending to be a Gadad, God himself. In verse chapter 14, called the Messiah cherub, the anointed cherub, who was in heaven and cast out. In Revelations chapter 12, verses 7 through 12, the master deceiver, he will kadub lie to you, pretend for you, just to get close to you. All right. So everything in this group that I ever did, anytime I had any live, it's always been recorded for the purpose of convenience, so anybody could go back and watch a video at their free time, so they can keep up with the scrolls. And I've had like people pretend to befriend me, get close to me, try to get dirt and then try to weaponize it. All right. When in reality, that was the intention in the first place. All right. So he will lie to you, pretend for you just to get close to you. All right. And now you're close. Now I can sink my fangs into you. I could destroy you. All right. So he is the Mudwal Salal, the devil race, and cannot be reformed. All right. So that's the difference. Like a lot of us had devilish ways ourselves. All right. That's the purpose of cleaning ourselves out, inside out. Certain things that you may have vibrated on. All right. That's why Baaba's called the reformer. All right. Because to reform something is to take it and put it in its proper form. All right. A lot of us did things that were against our own nature from not knowing better or just being on a certain way. And we educate ourselves. All right. Because if you knew better, you would probably do better. But some people, they don't get reformed. That's why Baba says that if you can come across this information and still, like, for example, let's just say I'm perming my hair and I don't know all the science of the hair. I don't know the science of my body. I just don't know better. I'm doing things and I'm being influenced by devils. Once I have the science of all that and I can still go back and do it, that's how you know I'm a decrepit being, as Baba explained. All right. But a lot of us, once we know certain things, we never go back to, to doing things. Some people, the genetic link is just too strong though. But there's some people that they're devils by their very nature. So it's like that instinct to do it is stronger than any truth. All right. So it can't be reformed. All right. So he is the Mudwal Salal devil race, cannot be reformed. All right. Many of us did that. Look, Martin Luther King. All right. He was like, let's all just hold hands as brothers and sisters. All right. That, you know what? I just want to buy something from your store. Just let me in. You could beat me. You could. I just want your acceptance so bad. You could beat me. You could. No matter what, they never accepted. All right. There's no reasoning. Like, okay, I'm gonna explain. I'm a man just like you. I'm gonna write all kinds of poems for you to accept me. I am a man. All right. I bleed like you. I cry like you. No, there's no type of fact that was able to reform them. They hated you to the very end. All right. And now that the facts are out of their favor, the new racism is really that race doesn't exist because race is not really in their favor. So now that you have all these things that are there to heal you, they want you to ignore it so you could die just like them, because that's why they hate you as well. The fact that you can go on and they can't. So their job is to sabotage you now, because if I can't have it, you can't either. All right. So don't connect to your spirit forces. Don't empower yourself. Be distracted in our shenanigans. All right. So 232. He is in Isaiah in chapter 14, verses 5 through 16, and in Isaiah chapter 34, verses 13 to 24. A dragon and a satire for Leviticus chapter 17, verses 7, and Deuteronomy chapter 32, verses 17, who would try to trick you, to deceive you. In 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 1 through 4, you cannot trust them. All right? Think about it. You cannot trust them. They are befriending you after the party's over. All right? This whole time you haven't been accepted or invited into their club. Now that the lights are coming on, they want to invite you to the VIP station or section, I mean. All right. So there is a person called Jane Elliott, when she was saying that Caucasian people, they're gonna need some melanin in their skin to make it to the next cycle. All right. Now Baabaa dispelled that in the God of Light and Fire in the last couple pages, why that's not gonna work. All right. Because you're going to the wannabes. All right. So they're cut off from their ancestors. So in reality is that they had a chance to be reformed, but they had a hard time harmonizing with the other races. It's just not in them to do it. So they could have made it through us, but they never wanted to honor us. So, so now that their time's up, their time is up. And you cannot trust them, because now that their time is up, they try to befriend. And one of the companies that I worked for in 2019, we had a meeting. And this is a Caucasian company, a older company. And they were talking about how the new frontier is Africa, and that companies that cannot make the shift into Africa will become obsolete, and that they want the Asian dollar. All right. But they didn't, so their deadline was 2030. So they gave, it was a 10-year plan. So we were having the meeting. And then they didn't foresee, it was so ironic because a couple months later, that's when COVID-19 happened. So it expedited their plan. And in actuality, they were behind. So it expedited that deadline. So they gave themselves 10 years. They had 10 years to do it. Because of COVID, it actually made things obsolete a lot quicker. So we're in that time now that if you didn't make that jump already, it's not going to happen for you. So now all they can do is out of desperation, you know, it's just not going to work. Out of desperation, they can just try to get into the blood of the Africans, because the whole thing, they were trying to get into Africa directly. All right. So that was their goal, but COVID, they didn't foresee that. All right. So knowing your own, so you can't trust them. All right. Because there's no benefit in you with dealing with them right now, because right now is payment time for them. The benefit is only going to be one-sided, and it's for them. So there's no mutual benefit at all dealing with Caucasians, because this whole time they had the time to right their wrongs, and they never did. All right. So all of a sudden, don't believe them if they get desperate. You can't trust them. Look at their track record up until the last moment. All right. 233. So knowing your own and those of your own who gave their Ba'a soul to them is very important. It took us 600 years to graft and make Mudwawu, devil, out of Mukanu, Canaanites from Canaan, or Laban. All right. Laban. All right. Lebanon. Think of Lebanon too. Laban. It took them 400 years to akalali, mentally and katatali, physically, make mukmemu modwawu, black devils, all right, also shadow people. All right. So it took 400 years of confusing, traumatizing the DNA, confusing the DNA, keep injecting the DNA with their diseases over and over. All right. So now we have real black devils amongst us. There's no more reforming for them. All right. Some of them have the genetic agreements. All right. And a lot of us are fighting somewhere in the middle. All right. It's the genetic war. But you have black devils that made the genetic agreements with their Caucasian overseers. All right. So those mukmamu, blacks, who walk in their shadows, trying to live in their Shabbat image after their likeness, now sound like them. All right. Now we all sound the same. All right. I was looking at a picture of Beyonce. I thought it was Kim Kardashian. All right. And now you have, I mean, Beyonce was already neutrinoid looking. But now you have black women because Beyonce does it. And then they go get pictures of Aborigines with blonde hair. And they say, well, black people have blonde hair too. All right. And then that justifies them straightening their coarse hair and going and putting on a blonde wig. All right. Because some black person has blonde hair when they know that they're not emanating blonde haired black people or Aboriginal black people, which only makes up about 10% because that is not a dominant trait even amongst them. All right. Because we want to be in their image, then we talk like them. We act like them, have children for them. All right. Now you can't tell who's who. It took 400 years, all right, to get to that point. And that was a concentrated effort. All right. So the Lord said unto Satan, whence cometh thou? Then Satan answered, this is Job chapter 1, verses 7. And the Lord said unto Satan, whence comest thou? And Satan answered the Lord and said, from going to and fro in the earth and from walking up and down, seeking to deceive all who accept him and his. All right. So it starts with going to isolated tribe and offering them candy. All right. So they don't have they don't eat the candy. Like he took when I was watching that show, he went over there with Sour Patch Kids, Tootsie Roll. What else did he have? Those sour things. Gushers with the fruit and with the water and the juice inside. And there was other pieces of candy as well. And then you just see him hand it out to these different groups all over the world. It starts off like that. Next thing you know, all right, they're handing their power over. Well, it starts off with something that looks like a friendly gesture. There's nothing friendly about that. All right. It's a trap. All right. So thus Gayur transforms them to Mukmamu, Mukmam Muwawu. Transforms them to Mukmam Muwadu, which is black devils, to do his will as ghouls. All right. So you become a black devil. All right. You get off of your center. Now you're chasing the acceptance of someone else. Now you're trying to be like them. Now you're doing anything for their approval against your very self, your own DNA, your own family. All right. Can Mukmamo, Mudwao, black devils be reformed? Can a black devil be reformed? 239, yes. Once they accept Wunawap, clean themselves inside out, outside in, they can slowly be reformed. Why are we fasting so much? Why are we chanting so much? Inadvertently, Bible found us as black devils. All right. And then pointing at the white devil and all the flaws in the white devil is not helping you if you're not cleaning yourself up. All right. Yes, you can once you start applying it. Memorizing the scrolls is not the same as living it and applying it, because living it and applying it is a healing. All right. 240. Have we ever tried to reform the Mudwawu devil himself and kind? Yes, we did. All right. Not the black devil, but that other devil. Yes, we did try to reform. We all tried to reform the Mudwawu devil and saw it could not be done with their Ayash Shu mills. Yet it could be done with their Ashahu females. All right. So their males, it can be done. With their females, it can. All right. We can get into the science of that. Why? Let's see if Bible goes into the science in this scroll. 243. Yet we gave it up to work on our own Salah race. All right. So they found that yes, the females, the female white devil, she could be reformed, but the the male devil could not. All right. Yet we gave up working on that to work on our own race. Because what does it look like you out trying to help others and your own people still need reforming? All right. So we gave that up to go work on our own race, our own Salah. 244. And as to other races and sub-races, most have chosen to be their slaves, serve them in their Shabbat image, give up their own great cultures to live in the Shabbat image of the Dabat's beasts. All right, they can reform themselves. I'm just thinking about China. Imagine, because I drink tea every day. I'm a big tea drinker. It's something I look forward to. I enjoy coffee as well. I just don't drink coffee because I like tea anyway. And I'm just imagining how devilish that was to push Starbucks in China, that the young people, because they watch, they intermingling and traveling back and forth and watching these shows, how they don't drink tea, they drink coffee. All right. So now they are turning into Asian devils. All right. Going against nature itself, their own nature. They can be reformed if they return back to themselves. All right. So they can reform themselves, as Baabaa explains. All right. Each needs to give them back. All right. Making Starbucks a big corporation. All right. 246. Most do. After being around them a while and seeing their wild, evil, fatal nature, they return to their own race. So Bob is explaining that eventually most do return back to their own, if they still have enough of their blood left in. All right. So most of them do return, because after a while, what would happen is when they were in their own culture, things were fine. After they start paying the price, all right, they start getting fatter, high blood pressure, and all these types of other issues that came with that lifestyle. A lot of them get called back to the healing. They start looking for the healing, which is going back to their roots. All right. Yet, so listen to this. 247. Yet many have mixed seeds so much until they become mudwao devils, just speaking another milsan. All right. So if they were able to retain, because we're going through the fire and we are all doing this devilishment. But if you're picking up more devil seeds, it ends up overpowering you. You become a devil. You don't just become influenced, because Baba said some of us are into devilishment and some of us are devils. You can reform the one that's into devilishment, but you can't really reform the devil. And so it says that most do return when they see the damage that has been done. They typically do return. Yet many have mixed seeds so much until they become mudwawu devils, just speaking another tongue. All right. 248. They mixed in with others and over years speak Spanish, Arabui, or Arabic, or other Lahajat languages. 249. Now make claim to their Mudabat cultures and take over. Just look at real Mexicans of the Spaniards who took over them, most of South America. Now they pretend they're Spanish, Cuban, Brazilian, Puerto Rican, Panamanian, etc. All the Spanish-speaking countries, and even in the Caribbean. 252. All over the Northeast and West Africa, they move in and take over and claim to be whichever. All right. So it's talking about how these Caucasians, because did you know after World War II. A lot of the Nazis, they escaped from Germany and other parts of Europe, and they went to Argentina and Brazil. Brazil was very, very popular, and they went and mixed in with the Brazilians. They mixed in. So you can have these people that are already subjugated, all right? And then, so they're already in being influenced by these devils. But these devils go on and infuse their blood into them more and more until the people start being, you can't even tell their race anymore. And they have no interest going back to their African roots because it's so muddled anyway. All right. And now they just pretend to be something else. All right. So because they speak Spanish now, but they're really German. All right. They picked up a little melanin along the way, but they're still German at their root. All right. So they unplugged, essentially unplugging a family line. All right. And once it's unplugged, it's like it won't be able to be reformed. Not that easily. All right. So 253, stop listening to them and just look at them. You will see their games. All right. So it's one thing to be practicing their culture. It's another thing to be practicing their culture and also mixing with them. You're going to make that journey back home that much more difficult. And you may not have enough life force to bring you back home. So you'll be just stuck at that as that devil. All right. So their karadu, children don't even know what happened years ago and really think they are not Murapu Europeans who moved into other lands, mixed in, and now speak their Masan tongue. All right. So that's not really shared to a lot of people. Because like World War II, that's in the 1940s. People in the 1940s are still alive. So that's really just grandparents' generation. All right. For the people who is of reproduction age now. All right. So the Germans didn't tell them because they were escaping war crimes. They go in and intermingle, and they have their little Brazilian blonde-haired, blue-eyed children, all right, who speak Spanish and don't even know their German roots, all right, for example, all right, and they just speak another language, and they say, I'm not white, I'm Puerto Rican. I'm not black, I'm Puerto Rican. You know, that's like saying I'm not black, I'm American. All right. And it's just a tongue you speak or a place that you landed. All right. So it's a degree of how much genes is what. All right. And what's controlling what. All right. So now remember, Munuwapu Nuwapians, the word God is from German and it is only a title. Their good is our Dawao evil. 256. It is called fun, recreation, partying. To have fun to them is to do evil. All right. Nowadays, I don't really have much of a social life. I did in my 20s. I did. All right. I had a very social life, and like I used to get into all the parties for free. And I was on VIP. I guess it kind of pays to kind of be pretty, you know. And it's like you drink alcohol and things like that. And it's normal because it's not like I knew that was evil. That was just normalized, you know. You don't do anything too crazy. But in actuality, I can't imagine doing that now because I'm just thinking like when you drink alcohol, it dehydrates you. Anything that's like making the body off center, I feel like it's shortening my life. And I just think like, you know, I like to look like I like to have vitality for a long time. So I don't want to do things that's like chipping away at my vitality. And everything that they normalize to do and to consume. And it's like, even when I go out to eat with people, like we're going to go get pasta and things that people typically want to eat, is not good for you. Pizza, pasta, and all these type, let's go get ice cream. And it's like everything that they push that's normalized, that's social, when you really think about it, it's harmful. You have to do it in small doses, if at all. All right. So it's called fun. All right. The recreation that they partake in, the partying that they partake in. I used to love roller coasters. Now I don't think I would like roller coasters like I used to. Like I used to like roller coasters. All right. So their Gadad God is our Mudwal devil. All right. The wild evil to us. Gadad God is one extra cipher, or the Lu cipher. All right. So what's good for them is not good for us. All right. I remember, like, I went to a party. And I was in college. I went to a party with a group of black girls, and it was kind of like an unspoken thing. You go to a party with the group or with your friend. It's just unspoken. That was just the way you leave together. You went together. You left together. All right. And that's just what black girls. It didn't even have to be spoken. That's just the way. I don't know. Now everybody's doing something different. Like black people and white people, you can't tell the difference anymore. But for the most part, that's what the girlfriends did. They went out together. They went home together. The white girls that I went with with these white girls, we went to the same party because they had parties at the basketball house. And the white girls, they was already planning, like talking about what they were gonna do sexually with who and who they were gonna leave with before they even got there. So, and that was normal. It was like, we're young, it's supposed to have a good time, you know. And that was just normal. And it's like, we're not hurting anybody. And the reality is, yes, you are. Like, if you know the science of genes, the science of your body, the science of just being in that loud music, it's like everything that's just normal is things that are just going to take you out of existence a lot longer, or leave you with repercussions that can affect you for years to come. All right. So that's their good. That's their fun. All right. Even the way they worship, go kill something, and that's how you're going to worship. All right. Make this offering. All right. And it's always the opposite of us. All right. Our natures are different. 259. All right. 259. And most don't know, on the planet Makab Taha, planet Earth, they are being used by extraterrestrials pretending to be their Gadad God or Christ. All right. Baba says, as Baba also is an extraterrestrial, Baba says that these extraterrestrials, they actually find it funny amongst themselves and they laugh. It's like locker room talk. Like, yeah, you know what I got this person to do? And it's like it's a joke amongst themselves, these extraterrestrials. And you have people devoting their lives to these God forces when it's really just extraterrestrials, because there's beings that's coming and going. All right. Then they stop by, they meet on mountains, they do all types of things. And they pass themselves off as this force of nature that defies nature. All right. Well, Baba explained that there's no being that can operate outside of the rules of nature. All right. It's just some are more educated on all the uses of nature. All right. A lot of us are limited by our connection or knowledge of it. All right. So there's just some beings who have more information. All right. They've been around. Doesn't mean that they're good. Doesn't mean that they're bad. They just know more than you. All right. And then they can utilize it for their own, they use it for their own benefit. All right. Like so many people are doing with the doctrine. Because a lot of us, this is a very empowering doctrine, and it can be addictive, that be important syndrome. I'm addicted to feeling important. I need somebody to look up to me, you know. because I know a little bit more than they do. Something that they can learn themselves as well. All right. So 259. And most don't know on the planet Makab Taha, planet Earth, they are being used by extraterrestrials pretending to be their Gadad, God, or Christ. Flesh-eating beings who fight for human and animal bashar, human flesh. Others fight over Pa Makab, planet Earth's resources. All right. So Baba is saying that sometimes they're fighting over. I'm just imagining there might be somebody's trying to eat you, and another being comes to save your life, and they start fighting, and you think that's your savior. Really, they both fighting over to eat you. All right, so they're fighting over, and they both want to eat you at the end of the day. All right, or you have some other beings that they're fighting. Some are fighting over the human flesh. All right, so it's not just one group that eats human. Now you realize that there's different groups that are coming here for different reasons. Other are fighting over the resources of the earth. All right, so these are the Gadad gods, the angels, the angel, the Lord or the lords, the religions of Abraham of Mesopotamia. One group of Anunnaki or Gigi or Mukrabu, cherubim of Abraham's seed, Muksasu, Israelites, to serve them, headed by Enlil's son Nanar, the grandson, Tammuz, Ezekiel, chapter 8, verses 1 through 14. The other groups of Anunnaki, or Anaku, or Dingar, or Musfaru, also known as Seraphim. So choose the side of Abraham's seed, Mushmasu, the Israelites, to protect them, headed by Enki's son Murdoch, or the grandson Nabu. All right. So you have one side that might be attracted to the Ishmaelite seeds, and then you have the other one that's going to be attracted to the Isaac seeds. All right. So the ones who's attracted to the Isaac seed is the Enlil side. You have Enki side. All right. That's the Arab side. All right. Now, both sons of Anu claim, worship me only. All right. So we're not under Enki. We're not under, neither of them are really for you, as Bob is explaining. At times they may seem like they benefit, but they're not. Neither side, they have their own agenda. All right. So both sides of Anu claim, worship me only. I am the one true Lord of the gods who will protect you from all others. If you obey me only, have no other beside me. So Enki says that, and so does Enlil. All right. And they fight back and forth. So just because two people fighting, it doesn't always mean the forces of good and evil. Sometimes you just see two devils fighting. All right. And that war is not your business, because it's like couples. They fight and then they make up and then they turn on you. All right. So that's their family story. All right. So Makab Taha, planet Earth, and Zaham, religion of Abraham, and these two brothers, the Anunnaki, extraterrestrials claiming to be the one true God. Enki is the Lord Master of Earth, and Enlil is the Lord Master of Heaven, and their offspring fight each other in the skies over Taha Earth. All right. So they're not really fighting for the liberation of Earth. They're fighting for the control of Earth. All right. Enki's son Murdoch and his son Nabu and Enlil's son Ninurta and Nana fight to rule the earth and its people of Mesopotamia, who became Hebrews, Christians, Muslims by the Torah laws created by the Shamaru, or the Sumerian tablets. All right. So Enki, Murdoch, Nabu. All right. They fight. All right. One side. Hasmui. Enki and Murdoch. All right. They fight on one side. Enlil and Nabu fight on the other side. all right, over the control and rulership over the people of Mesopotamia. All right. So they had two Talmuds, Jerusalem and Babylonian. And most don't even know who El Shaddai, Jesus Christ, Allah Al-Shadid is. 269. So each side of Anu, El Elyon, the Most High El, Genesis chapter 14, verses 18 through 22, claims to be the great deity. All right. So each of them are claiming to be the great deity. All right. Are you still looking for somebody to worship? Are you still looking for somebody to be under? Are you still food for the gods? That's the question. All right. Or are you awakening the divinity within inside yourself? All right. Are you linking to the sources of natural nature? Are you taking the time to know where you came from and who you are, how you put together, and how everything fits together? That's called ontology. Ontologist. An ontologist knows how things are put together and how things relate to other things. All right. That's called ontology. All right. So are you taking the time, or are you still looking for somebody to save you? All right. Because if you're looking for somebody to save you, they're going to just fight over your body. All right. And may the strongest one win. All right. So glory be your sustainer name, the Most High. All right. That's translated from Isa Ahadi Ahmadi. All right. 270. Most converts to Mesopotamia, Jerusalem, and Arabian. All right. So those under the Jewish and Christian will fall under Enlil. Those under the Arabian Muslim will fall under Inki. Now you see why we dealt with Inki so much, especially towards the end, because a lot of us still had this fascination with Islam. So we had our own brand, and Baba was showing if we're linking back, which brother we're linking to. But is either brother really for you? No, those are the Mesopotamia brothers. All right, or those for those people. They still are adverse to you. All right. So most converts to Mesopotamia, Jerusalem, and Arabian Za'am religious opinions don't understand the Safahat books they claim to accept in the original tongue. And most don't know that all the originals were lost. 271. They don't even have true copies, only what men claimed they Zakura remembered and wrote down after years. 272. Each Za'am religion is of two forms. All right. Each religion is of two forms. All right. 273. The same divisions of two brothers, their choice of to be their one jealous creator, God, Lord, who sent angels, even sons, and Messiah, or chosen ones, to represent him on Taha earth. All right. So it's the same division of two brothers. All right. Baba explained, if you're dealing with multiple choice, you're still under the spell. All right. Multiple choice is still the spell because it's like a child. All right. Do you want to wear this shirt or do you want to wear this shirt? Let me have the things that are not books. Would you like to wear this shirt or would you like to wear this shirt? The child could feel empowered and say, I'm gonna wear that shirt. And the child could really feel like they made a decision. That's how you really, if you have a problem with a child, that's very easy. That's how you control a child. And we're like children, right? So do you want this one or that one? These are decisions that either way I'm comfortable with whatever you decide. All right. This way I don't gotta fight with you. All right. And then you just do what I tell you, and you still feel like you have control. But in reality, you're gonna go to my belly either way. All right. So that's what's happening to many of us. All right. So most converts of Mesopotamia, Jerusalem, and Arabian Zion religious opinion. They don't understand the Safahat's books they claim to accept in the original tongue. And most don't know that the originals were lost. They don't even have true copies, only what men claimed they Zakura remembered and wrote down after years. Each Zion religion is of two forms. The same religious divisions of the two brothers, their choice of which to be their one only jealous creator, God, Lord who sent angels, even sons, and Messiah down to represent him on Taha. All right. So you have Christism. All right. So you see how things branch out. It just keeps branching because that's the nature of light. The nature of light is to divide. All right. When you look at a prism. All right. And it would just keep further dividing. All right. So Mesopotamia, you have Judaism, you have Torah. All right. Then you have the Talmud. That's the Jewish civil and ceremonial law. That's the Talmuds. And that can break down into the Sadducees. That's the Hasidism. Then you have the Pharisees. That's the Reform. Right? You see, it just breaks down. All right. Then you have Islamism from Arabia, the Quran. You have the Sharia, is known as the laws of Islam. And then you have the Moorish Science Temple, and then you have the Nation of Islam. All right. So notice they both just plug right back in there. They branch, but they're really the same thing. All right. And then at the root, these three are the same thing. All right. But you're having different brands of the same thing. So whether you have the store brand, all right, of those cornflakes, you can have Raisin Bran cornflakes, or you can have another brand cornflakes, Kellogg's cornflakes. You're having the same brand. You guys are eating the same cereal. All right. Now you have Christianism. That's the gospel. And then you have the apocalypse, yes. Apocalypsis. That is their laws of uncovering, revelations, the unveiling. All right. And that branches out even further to the Mormons and the Jehovah's Witnesses. Right. Takes you back there. I could even plug another way it branches out because it always has like a division. So you can have that option. Do you want to wear the red shirt? Do you want to wear the blue shirt? All right. Come on. Let's go to school. All right. So you can break it down more as far as you have the Catholics and the Protestants. All right. But they take you back to the same place. So 274. And they don't even know this is going on because they can't read what they really don't have. So they all live by blind faith of who or what their God, angels, Messiah, etc. until they die. And then it's too late. All right. So they're going to realize that it was all just a sham. And when they get there, there's no Inky waiting for them. All right. They're just a disembodied spirit. There's no Jesus Christ waiting for them. All right. There's no Anu waiting for them. All right. There's no Muhammad or this unseen God that you can't even put into words, or Allah waiting for them. All right. It's just the reality of a disconnection of work they didn't do, things they weren't aware of. All right. And then they'll be at the mercy of what their living ancestors do on this side. If they can advocate, because as Bobby explained, that our family lines, when we're helping ourselves, we're helping our whole family line. All right. 275. And those who claim I learnt Habarui, Hebrew, or Arabui, Arabic, or Hanabui, Greek, only fool themselves, because there's no such thing as real translation of a Lahai language, only replacing words with your own. All right. So that's why it's very hard sometimes. There's a lot of things in our coaching and our doctrine that's lost in translation. Like when you have the introduction where it says no God except Ptah. All right. So for someone who's not necessarily studying, because you realize that our very concept of words has been held captive by disagreeable embodied six ether spirit forces. All right. So now what does that no God except Ptah? All right. Where their mind takes it. All right. So it's like they have to look at some man in the sky who's having this ejaculation into nothingness and creating the growth cycles from there. All right. So you have to first explain, well, in that context, because in our culture, we really don't have a word for God. All right. We say Gadad right now. But as this explains, we had Natharu or Nathar. All right. So when you say Gadad, Baba explained what Gadad means in so many different scrolls. You can have good gods, you can have bad gods. God, Baba explained in one scroll of it meaning one who's running toward responsibility. All right. And then he said devil is one who's running away from responsibility. Then he explained God, one who is in control. All right. So it's like whoever's in control, that would be God. All right. So when you say, well, who is Ptah? All right. What force of nature does Ptah represent? Ptah represents opening. What does Baba say? Ashug is the key. Ashug is the key, but you open the door. All right. So there's no God except for one who's doing the work. All right. Well, for some people, there's still, you see how many layers the spell has. All right. And they will sit there and argue because they don't want to talk about mitochondrial DNA. That actually was an argument. They said, well, on this side, the female might rule, but on the other side, it's the male. And I'm like, well, that wouldn't make any sense because we explain things in different density levels. And we know that the physical is just a more solidified density of the spiritual. So in actuality, we wouldn't be able to explain a concept in the physical that's not, a spiritual concept, because we use the physical to depict what's going on in nature. That's why they support each other. So we wouldn't have an exception of a rule all of a sudden. That wouldn't make sense. All right. But the problem is, it's not just that the person's argumentative. The problem is that we have been given English translation. So the reality is, even when we go back and we read our scrolls, we still have an English mind. All right. Because we just take a word and we translate our concept we already have into another language. And that's the difficulty. That's why Baba said that those of us who are going to get the real meanings of our language is really going to be the children, because for us, we're still translating in our head, and we already have it's already colored with something else. So for those of us who come straight into it, we don't have to contend with those translations. All right. 276. So you never really overstand the language, only understand. As in Bait equals house, Bab equals door, Yam equals day, Allah equals God, Rab equals Lord, Elohim equals God again, Yahweh equals Lord. All you do is replace sound with a Madat's word in your language, and that is all. All right. So Baba is saying, for example, in actuality, there's certain concepts that don't even exist in certain languages. And God is an example of something that doesn't exist to our ancient ancestors. All right. That's not a concept that we have. Now, it doesn't mean that we don't acknowledge the forces of how life came, and we don't acknowledge a creative force. All right. Because we're very spiritual, and that there's more to it than just the physical. But the way we relate to it is not the way that the Germans relate to it. All right. So you see, you're just taking concepts and you're just changing the words. The concept is still coloring. All right. 278. You're not really understanding the original Habayu, Hebrew, the Arabic, Amharic, or the Hanabui, or the Greek, or whatever. All right. 278. Then there are many other Muzyad Mutatalu extraterrestrials who came here to Makab planet Earth. All right. So a lot of us, we just get so hung up on Inky and Enlil and Anunnaki. There's so many different extraterrestrials who came here. All right. All different kinds. All right. 280. Ushamgal, reptiles, and other beings, some good and some dawal, evil. 281. Beings have been coming to Makab Taha, planet Earth, for millions of years before the creation of the Mutha, the Earthlings. All right. So let's just take a break for a moment. All right. Take a moment, digest what we were reading. Does anybody have any comments? We're going to take a break and we're going to come back in 20 minutes because the recording is going to stop recording after 20 minutes. Does anybody have anything that they were, any questions or comments? All right. So
what was that last verse that you just read?
I read 279 or 280, but we're going to repeat that verse. There were many other Muzad Mutatalu extraterrestrials who come here to Makab Taha, planet Earth, Ushamgal, reptiles, and other beings. Some good and some dawal. That's verse 280. All right.
Right.
So
okay.
Yeah, we'll
so
stop right.
That was the definition. Shamgal, with the definition was reptile. Oh,
No, it's not. It's not the definition. Shamgal. That's like the language. Ushamgal, reptiles. All right. So that's a group, not a definition. It's explaining a group of them. Yeah.
for reptiles though, right?
Yeah, it seems so. Or is it a
Tour,
group
tour.
of reptiles? Or is it reptile
Tour,
itself? We'll find out. Because there's different reptiles that may come from different places
tour.
with different
Huawei,
agendas. Yeah.
Huawei.
Yeah. So there's reptilians that come from different places with different agendas. And Baba gave a lot of information on extraterrestrials throughout the years, but he hasn't told us about all the extraterrestrials. All right. So there's some extraterrestrials that Baba didn't even tell us about yet. So
Tour.
mhm.
Now that name Shamgal, a brother brought it up, and he was saying that Baba had related it to the guy that played in the first Predator, the black guy. They called him Shamgal, and we was trying to figure out where that came from. So it's just very ironic that it just came back up. So I just wanted to get that verse so we could do some referencing on it.
I'm gonna make a note for Predator, but in Predator that would have been a reptile. That's a certain type. So there's different kind because that one was coming here to pray and eat. Ushamgal. All right. So that's a classification of Ushamgal, reptiles, and other beings. Some good and some evil. All right. So I'm just thinking, like, imagine, like, Baba told us about the extraterrestrials that have been playing the games, but and then we know about the Orion star constellation. We know about Sirius. We know about Risk. But I'm just curious. Like somebody has said in the group, and he didn't look Nagaru, and he had a very Islamic name. But then at the same time, he had a Hindu look as well. And he had made a comment about, I forgot the name of this place. It was a planet. I'm like, all the books I never heard about mention that. And it was like 350,000 years. I think that's the number he had put out. And it was some woman who was talking about that. Now I wasn't going to argue with him, but I just asked him, does Baba mention that? And he didn't. He said he reads Baba scrolls, but obviously it's from somebody else. So just my response was to him was that each race came in contact with different things, and each is being encouraged to go back to their own. So I can't speak on that, and everybody is not slated. Like even though the Caucasians or the Adamites are trapped here, right? Even though we might not all be Adamites, because for example, Asians aren't Adamites, as an example. So we might not all be Adamites, but we still, even though we can get off, we may not all have the same destination. So where you're trying to take me, that's not in alignment with me, because I know that my people go back further than 350,000 years. All right. We're much older than that. So there's all types of, there's a whole array and a rainbow of different types of beings. And that's why you start off with the truth of what can you confirm yourself. You start off with yourself. All right. And if you're honest with yourself, all right, then you'll see the pattern of life and you'll end up where you need to be. Rather than if you keep looking for somebody else who's more charismatic, who just knows a little bit more than you. It might not be Inky and Enlil who eats you, but maybe you'll just end up where you're not supposed to be, you know. So being honest with yourself, it always pays off. And that's why Baba's tuning us in. All right. Because Baba says he's helping us and so many beings all over. All right. And everybody doesn't even get dropped off at the same place. And some beings don't go with Baba all the way, he said. All right. So there's so many layers, and I can't speak on something that I don't know. Like Ushamgal, I don't know. I don't even know Inky or Enlo. I can't speak on them. I could just repeat, you know. Rahubat Linky.
Rahubat. There's a video that Second did on OSM Vision. He speaks about, it was about the story of Yaqub. And then he speaks about Shambhala and all the different aliens that exist. And he was reading from one of the scrolls. I think it was called Shambhala, the inner city, or something like that. So yeah, if one is interested in learning about the different extraterrestrials, he goes into detail on that particular video. It's very interesting.
Mm. I appreciate you sharing that, Zamaltat. So, and I'm happy you were able to join us today as well, because I know you have to go to work soon, Zamaltat. Linky. So we're going to take a pause, but everything that we're going to read after this is going to be recorded. All right. And everything we recorded is recorded now. So we're just going to take a moment. We're going to take like a 20-minute break. We'll just take a 20-minute break, and we'll come back at if it's 3:50 this time. What's that? 4:10, 4:15. Yeah. So I'll see everybody at 4:15 my time. What's that, Zamaltat?
No, I'm gonna say Tautat, and I'm going to leave because it will be just after 11 my side. So I will catch up with the rest of it on the chat.
Great. And it's going to be recorded. So we only have a couple pages, so the next one is going to be very short. So
okay, thank you. Wadu.
Okay, Wadu. All right. So we were on page 37. Let's continue. 278. You're not really understanding the original Habayu Hebrew or Arabui, Arabic or Amharic or Hanabui or Greek or whatever. 279. Then there are many other Muzyad Mutatalu extraterrestrials who came here to Makab Taha, planet Earth. 280. Ushamgal, reptiles and other beings, some good and some Dawal evil. 281. Beings have been coming to Makab Taha, planet Earth, for millions of years before the creation of Muthal, earthlings, Matahu, earthlings. All right. So think about it. Their creation story of the Adamites, let's just say 6,000 years ago. All right. Some records might take them even 10,000 years. It says many have been coming for many millions of years. All right. Before the Adamites creation. All right. 282. There are male and female beings, as well as beasts, monsters, and creatures that have been coming to Makab Taha, planet Earth, for their own reasons. All right. Which is makes me smile because Baba had to say male and female. Because when you read the Bible, it always talk about a male creator, all right, and male angels. All right. And we don't even think about the women, all right, or female, all right. So male beings have been coming here. Female beings have been coming here. Different type of creatures have been coming here, all right. Even different bacterias, as we read another scroll, different bacterias have been coming here. Different funguses have been coming here. So you start to think bigger, all right, outside of that, the outdated God concept. 283. Different races were cloned, grafted, and bred, made and Laduda born by different Mukwanu beings that came here to be used for their own reason. All right, so different. So now we're broadening our scope. The Adamu is dealing with these particular beings, the Palladians, the Draconians, the Anunnaki, all right? And then some beings came here with different races, all right? Have their own story, all right? So 284. It is right in their Bible and Quran, yet being under a spell of hypnotic sleep, they read right past it. 285, it says their deities came down to Taha earth. 286, all right? So let's see what spell that we didn't ask or we overlooked. So it says they came down to earth. 286, then don't ask how or why, from where or when, all right? So you don't consider the story behind these beings that you're interacting with, all right? So they come down to earth, and people don't say, well, where are they coming from? All right. It says their deities eat flesh, animals, even humans, and they don't ask why or what are they. 288. It says their deities comes and Katul kill people, destroys people, cities, countries, lands by Gamarats, floods, by Narad, fire, by Marat, disease, and by plagues. They don't ask, why not just use your power as God, Gadad, Allah, to Ghayur, transform them to good rather than destroy people? Okay, they won't. Why not just make them disappear? All right? Because good people get caught up in these wars. Good people catch diseases, quote unquote, right? I'm using the word good, you know. Why this God who's all powerful doesn't just change things? All right. 289. They don't ask, you know, if they do ask, they're satisfied with the answer. Well, my child, God works in mysterious ways, and it's not for us to question God. All right. And then you just say, oh, okay, and stop questioning so much, or you're going to go to hell. All right. So that's how they answer questions that they can't. All right. It's called cognitive dissonance. 289. They don't ask why their deities just don't change the Tapao world to all good. 290. Because of blind faith, belief, trust. They will not ask these questions. Now look at this in 2 Kings. Chapter 2, verses 23 to 24 reads, and he went up from thence to Bethel. And as he was going up by the way, there came forth little children out of the city, and mocked him, and said unto him, go up, thou bald head, go up, thou bald head. And he turned back and looked on them, and cursed them in the name of the Lord. And there came forth 2 she-bears out of the wood, and tear 40 and 2 children of them. All right. So look at what kind of being this is. So the children came up, and you know, children could make fun of. Children could do things like that. So the children, according to this, was making fun of the person for having a bald head. All right. Rather than just explaining to the child empathy, they decided to take 2 female bears out of the wood and tore up the children, 42 children. So the bear killed 42 children. All right. So now, 291. It says, some Karadu children made fun of the fact that their God made prophet Elijah bald-headed. All right. So he called their Lord to send 2 she-bears and tore up the 42 boys. All right. So the boys, the children, they were mocking. So I guess that's the prophet Muhammad. I mean, the prophet Elijah. That's money. So the prophet Elijah was apparently bald-headed, and the children are making fun of him. So he calls on the power of God to kill all those children. All right. According to what they're saying. All right. So 293 just came out of the woods in Khatula, killed 42 Karadu children for what? Making fun of a bald head? All right. So it's funny how God answers the call for destruction so fast, but doesn't answer the call to make things better so fast. All right. 294. They will not ask, what kind of Gadad, God, Lord, Allah, Rab, I worship would do such a thing to Karadu children for that. 295. They would rather say, that part is not in my holy book. That part was changed or added or taken out. All right. So they would turn it into an argument. Well, now, why did your deity allow it to be changed, added, or taken out? They would not ask. All right. So the very word of God is being played with so why would God allow that? All right. So as I'm reading that story, just by using reasoning, if that story was to really happen, let's just say that's a real story about the bear coming and killing the children. So the children made fun of the bald head. The bear might have just happened to come and kill the children. Maybe the children were in, because it's female bears. So female animals tend to get very territorial when you come near a place where there might be their children. So it could be that they could have been somewhere in the woods. They didn't see them. The children may have not seen them, and they might have come into the bear territory. right? And the children happened to get eaten up by the bear. So then Elijah is saying, well, it was me. My power, you shouldn't have made fun of me. That's why you got eaten up by the bear. That's God's power. All right. So that is, again, the trick of sorcery or illusion. All right. So using the illusions to one benefit. All right. So now people will be too afraid. All right. And how they use fear rather than reason. All right. Because if I came across children doing that, I would try to talk to the children and try to teach the child some empathy. All right. 298. If their God loves them or loves the Tapal world, like John 3:16 says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whoever believeth in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. Why not just say be good and all is good, and say be happy and all is peaceful? All right. Then these gods can't eat them. All right. And then they don't have the powers, as Baabaa explained in other scrolls. There's no being, no extraterrestrial being, no type of being that can defy the laws of nature. All right. All the beings have to act in accordance to the laws of nature. Now, some beings may be more knowledgeable, all right, and what nature can do. For example, resonance, as Baabaa is teaching us. For example, you can read the birth book. You learn about astral projection. You learn about how to heal yourself, how to heal others. You learn about so many things, all right? But it's still in accordance to the rules of natural nature, following the rules of natural nature, how you can go to other realms, all right? Even materializing and dematerializing, all right? And knowing the laws of density, all right? You're still within the constricts of nature, all right? It's just that many of us are out of tune, on the wrong frequency, or so we are not benefiting from the rules of nature as much as we can to its full potential. All right. So 299. Why is there so much suffering in the world? Over Mawat's death, by wars, by weather, by crime, by accident, by Marat's disease, hate crimes, Zaamas, Harabats, religious wars, gang crimes, and anger crimes. 300. They will not ask why God, Allah, Jah, because they know they will not get an answer. All right. So what's the answer? God works in mysterious ways. Or Allah, what's this? What do they say? There's a quote that I heard them say too. There's some things that is only for the understanding of Allah, something like that. All right. It's not for man's understanding. So 303, human beings to them are as cows, chickens, goats, sheep, and lamb. All right. Food. All right. I was looking at the chat, and there's some people that's still saying that Inky is for us. Now, our stories have been infiltrated. All right. Different beings came into our blood. If you want to stay back with Inky, that's your choice. All right. Malachi chapter 4, verses 2 reads, but unto you that fear my name shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings, and ye shall go forth and grow up as calves of the stall. Baabaa underlines calves, like baby cows, all right? He underlines that. And then where are they? They're in the stall. All right. So where you hold the cows. All right. Like a stable. All right. So they're in the stall. So John chapter 4, verses 32, 35. And Psalms chapter 23, verses 1. The Lord is my shepherd. All right. Now remember, what does a shepherd do to the flock? Eventually, the shepherd leaves the flock for slaughter. That's the whole purpose of having the flock. All right. Matthew chapter 10, verses 6. And John chapter 21, verses 16. Feed my sheep, lamb, goat, sheep, flock. All right. So many places misunderstand and mistranslations. All right. Some people, they're still looking for a shepherd. I saw Baabaa refer to himself as a shepherd. All right. As we in the school of religion. Because that's what some people are looking for. Somebody outside themselves. Baabaa is there as a living and breathing example of our Ashuk, our modern day reformer, all right, to get us back on the right vibration, all right, so we can go back to ourselves. But some of us won't go back to ourselves, all right. So he drops people off where they feel comfortable or where their genes allow them to go, all right. So the Lord is your shepherd, and you are your Lord's food. All right. So the question somebody should ask, was Inky a vegetarian? I don't know if that was covered. All right. Was Enlil a meat eater? So these are questions to ask. All right. So the Lord is your shepherd, and you are your Lord's food. They are known as leverons or Antares. 307. That is a star A. That is Sirius A star system. You call it offerings and sacrifices or oblations until you read the book of Leviathan. All right. So I want to talk about really quickly Sirius star system. So it's a whole star system with many different planets and different beings. All right. Some good and some not good. All right. Then we have Sirius star system. We go to Sirius. All right, as well. We acknowledge for our women, all right, because women are Syrians, all right, and then Orion is for the male, all right, and those are the forces. But also in the Bigfoot scroll, we have also the Bigfoot. What was his name? That type of creature, the Shaggy. Yeah, the Shaggy. He was created in Sirius for a reason. So there's many different things that's happening. So it's time to start pinpointing who is who, right? And we're still getting those facts. That's why Baabaa says stay close to him, because he's our guide. All right. 308. You call it offerings or sacrifices or oblations until you read the book of Leviathan. 309. Lawi Tananu. Leviathan. Okay. That's how you Lawi Tananu. Leviathan. Leviticus chapter 1 through 10. Their God, Allah, Jah, Yahweh, eats the cooked offerings as bara food. All right? So that's what the altar is all about. We have an altar too. Our altar is to honor. Their altar is to serve. All right? Serve food. We don't put food on our altar and things to consume. All right? We put on our altar things for us to remember so we can reconnect. All right. To reinforce our connections. So pictures of our loved ones, maybe a nice candle and such. All right. No food. All right. So because our ancestors only asked for our respect. All right. And our love. And that's the sacrifice of sacrificing what's not good, those immediate pleasures. That's our form of sacrifice. I sacrifice this immediate pleasure for the long-term benefit. And that's my devotion towards what's going to be best for me in the long run. All right. So, and best for us all. All right. So we think about what's best for the whole picture. All right. As we acknowledge poets, poet is our sacred. That's our sacred. It's poets. One of our most sacred symbols. All right. And that's where we're being ushered into poets. All right. So 3:11. He loves the sweet savor in Matthew chapter 5, verses 13. Ye are the salts of the earth. Luke chapter 14, verses 34. In Genesis chapter 22, verses 1 through 10. Does this Gadad eat bashar human flesh and demand blood? All right. That's a question that you should ask. And you see what purpose is wrapped up in you. All right. Or if it is even about you. In Genesis chapter 18, verses 1 through 8. Yes, this God does eat. Mom bashar human flesh. All right. Genesis chapter 22, verses 1 through 10. All right. And doesn't say it was only a test. And don't say it was only a test. All right. And all-knowing Gadad does not have to test you. He already knows what is in your ahbab hearts. All right. So he's referencing when God said to Abraham, give me your son, Isaac. And it hurt his heart to do it, but he put his son on the altar. And right when he was about to kill his son, he saw a sheep or a goat. He saw a goat, I mean. So right when he's going to kill his son, he saw a goat, and then he let his son off the altar and took the goat instead and gave God the goat instead. All right. And then it was supposed to show that he loves God more than his own son. So he's really devoted to God. God wouldn't have to put him through such a traumatic test, because if my father did that to me, our relationship would never be the same. All right. So he ruined the father and son bond. For what purpose? All right. Because he does eat flesh. All right. So in 3:14, 1 Samuel chapter 16, verses 7, and Psalms chapter 132, verse 23. So your God would already know what is in your heart and did not need to test Abraham's heart. All right. So those verses talk about God already knowing the heart of the people. All right. Now, Enlil is linked to Caucasus Nadu Caucasoids by his sister Ning Hasag, who birthed him by Ninurta. 3:16. So he hears their calls, and his grandson Tammuz, son of Inanna, or Ishtar, and Damuzi, and Inanna, Ishtar, was daughter of Nana and Ningal. So these are the Caucasus Nadu Caucasoid Gadadu gods, who because of their mixed DNA with them can hear them in Abraham's seed. Oh, let's read about this. Okay. 3:18. Now Enki is linked to Nagad Nadu by his moving to Afafre Kahu, Africa, with his son Murdoch and mating with Nagad Nadu, Negroid women, all right, which we talked about earlier in the scroll. So he came in and mixed in to the family, all right, that was already there. So Enki came and mixed in, all right. That's why you hear Arab, meaning mingled seed. Arab is Enki side. And then you have Enlil side. All right. So they came in and mixed in. So they became linked. All right. So we're not from Enki. They became linked to us. All right. By tying into our vine. So they became linked to Nagar Nadu, Negroids in Africa, not Abraham's seed, but Cush's seed, by Nimrod. All right. And what was Nimrod's job? Nimrod's job was to take us back to Africa, not to Inky seed, but to his original African seed. All right. So Nimrod or En-Merkar or Nimrod, son of Cush, was Mugbar, Giborai, mighty one, tyrant. Hebrew Strong's number. Gabor, mighty strong. Genesis chapter 10, verses 8 through 9. Jabbar, a tyrant. All right. He was a demi-deity, part Anunnaki because of his mom's lineage. All right. How Enki came into the genes. But he was still sane because he had the African genes to ground him. So Cush moved out of Afafreka, Africa. So notice that some of these beings, they were coming down and they were mixing with the Adamites. Some came down from that same fleet and mixed in with the African. All right. And that's why you see some Africans, and I'm not talking about because of the religion, but some of them practice eating the flesh as well, because the Anunnaki got into their genes that way too. All right. So Cush moved out of Afafrekahu, Africa, and crossed over to Mesopotamia and took Munfal, fallen one, wife of Khan, or Cain's the wild evil seed, which made Nimrod a demigod. All right, so a lot of mixing, like us, like what happened to us. In Genesis chapter 6, verses 4, Hebrew Strong's number 5303. And Nephil, which is giants, or you'll see Nephil, Nephil giants. Again, you see mighty men as Hebrew Strong's number 1368. And in Genesis chapter 10, verses 8 through 9, it reads, and Cush begot Nimrod. He begot a mighty one in the earth. He was mighty. Hebrew Strong's number 1368. Hunter before the Lord. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod, the mighty hunter before the Lord. And in Genesis chapter 6, verses 4, it reads, there were giants in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men. Hebrew Strong's number 1368, which were old men of renown. All right. And 15, it reads of the Quran chapter 14, verses 15 reads, and as they asked for an open victory and hid from it, every tyrant who was obstinate, very stubborn. That's translated from Asaid Isa al-Hadi Ahmadi. I remember update where Baba is saying that he's trying to breed the Anunnaki genes out of us. All right. I'm just remembering that. All right. 323. Nimrod rebelled from the Wiccan white magic of his Anunnaki mother's lineage and spoke pure Napatan. That's Nafatumim, as in Napataim. All right. So now you have another hidden meaning, because Baba said that Nuwapic, for example, Nuwapu, you'll see different definitions of the word Nuwapu. But he said that the real meaning is protected. So in some ways you'll see Nuwap, meaning to replace. In another scroll in the Master Secrets, Baba also broke it down as new, as far as like the elements. So there was golden, so there was new, and then there was AU for the gold. Let's see what else. There was more to it. I'm not remembering, but there's multiple dimensions. But the real meaning, Baba said he's not sharing until He's ready. All right. So there you see Napat. So Napatan and Napa. And then he notices, he wants you to notice Pata in that. So open. All right. And Nuapui, Nuapic, language of the original Muktahu, the Tahites. So we're going back to the Tahites, not the Anunnaki. Granted, the Anunnaki came into our genes too, through the Adamites and also not through the Adamites. All right. But they didn't create us. They didn't create the Tahites. They just mixed in with them. All right. So Nubans of his father and his uncle, Mizraim, Egypt's seed, in Genesis chapter 10, verses 6, and 10, chapter 13, and taught the people, the Adamites, the Shethites, the Enosites, the pure language, united, all speaking one tongue. All right. So what Nimrod did, what's the name of that scroll? It's a Paa Taraq. It also has this image on it. It is the power of language. I can't remember the name of the scroll, but in the scroll, Baba breaks down the Nimrod, and the tower. Nimrod was building the tower, all right, because Nimrod was mixed, but he was going back to his African roots, and the people were getting liberated. That's why these Anunnaki had to come down and see what was going on, because we weren't on their frequency anymore. So they couldn't keep track of us. So they came down and said, oh, they're about to be powerful like us. Let's go confuse their tongue. All right. So they halted. So we have been tasked, it says at the end of that scroll, we have been tasked to finish the job that Nimrod started. All right. So Nimrod was moving us out of the frequency of the Anunnaki overlords that mixed in with us, but he was taking us to the protections of his original genes. As we learned that Nimrod was mixed seed, right? Mixed with Anunnaki as well, all right? But they couldn't control him, and they were. So, that's our state right now as well, all right? So we're supposed to finish that job and learn the language. That's essentially what he was doing. So they cried out. He was teaching his lost people and taking them back home through the language, and they were going back home. All right. So they cried out, let us make a name for ourselves. All right. Because in a nation of our own, you are not a people. You are not a nation without a language. So let's make a name for ourselves. So they gave themselves Nuwapic names, and not the names of Semitic tongue, Sham for Shamyaza, or Shamael, the book of Enoch. Samjaza, you also see it as in Enoch chapter 6 through 9. 328. They built a wave frequency tower, an obelisk, to establish contact with Nimrod's father's ancestors in chapter 11, verses 1 through 9. Genesis chapter 11, verses 1 through 9. 328. All of this angered the deity Baal, God, or Enlil, master of the sky, because they could no longer control the Akalat minds by tones and frequencies. 329. So it wasn't just about a tower, like the Bible tells. 330. It was the pure language, Nuwapic, Napatan, Naf to him. All right, those are the different ways you might see it. That was breaking the Anunnaki spell. All right, so the language Nuwapic was breaking the Anunnaki hold of the people. All right, so Nanar Sin, Zuen, El Shaddai, son of Enlil, was the first to come down to see what the slaves were doing. 332. He heard the pure tones they were using, and he saw that they were building what they were building. and returned to Nibiru to warn his father of the rebellion of their own seed Nimrod, and the Adamite, Shithites and Enochites, slaves, because it says Nimrod was teaching those, and he was also teaching the Adamites the language too. And it was breaking a spell over all of them. All right. So Enlil's son, his son Nanar, and his other son Nin-Urta said, let us three go back down to Mikab Ta'ah, planet Earth, to confuse and put our Wiccan curse on them, the spell of Babel, Bab-El, confusion. All right. Hear the word Bible. All right. Babel. All right. 334. After they cursed the people Nimrod was raising, they began to separate and scatter abroad in Genesis chapter 11, verse 8. Hence the name Babel, Bab-Ilu, doorway or gateway to El. Ilu, El, Elohim, Allah, Allahat, because Enlil confounded the pure Nuwapic Lahaj Shalil Taha, Nuwapian language of earth. In Genesis chapter 11, verse 9, therefore is the name of it called Babel, because the Lord did there confound the language of all earth, and from thence did the Lord scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth. All right. Now remember, before you can affect, you have to first infect. So the fact of the matter that Nimrod was already infected, all right, with their DNA. All right, but he also had original DNA of the Tahites in him as well. And he was going back to his Tahite for protection. And they were afraid that they were losing their slaves and their connections. All right. So they didn't want to lose control. So 336, still confused to this day, they will not even ask, why does our God ask for damam, blood offerings, tabek, bashar, cooked flesh, sprinkled damam, blood? Why? 337, or why does he or they even need bashar, human flesh, and damam, blood? How about, why does he or they like the smell of tabuk, cooking, burning bashar, human flesh? I was laughing because one of the children that sometimes I might have over, they don't really know me to cook meat. Occasionally I will, but they don't know me to cook it. So I always have like, vegetables and things like that. That's what I feed them. And then, but I know that these girls, they like chicken. So I was making chicken, and it was funny because as I was cooking, one of them came out the room and he was like, what's that good smell? What's that delicious smell? And I was just laughing because it was like how those beings, when they're like the sweet savor of burning flesh. All right. Like the strange fruit song, but that's what the Bible says. All right. How God feels when flesh is cooking on the altar. All right. It attracts them. And it was like she came out the room to see what, because I typically don't cook that. So 339. So why they can't think to ask this under Hayesh Shalil Nawam, spell of sleep, a hypnotic spell called Thakak, faith. They don't question their Gadad, God. All right. They don't question their Gadad. My living Muqdad loves to be questioned. He loves confirming things. All right. So they don't question their Gadad. Their new boss of their lives, the boss with supernatural Kamat's powers, all right, supernatural powers, which is really not supernatural powers. It's just the spell. It's just the trick of illusions that they use in their own favor, because you don't know how something works. So it's a magic trick to you. All right. For somebody who understands how cell phones work, how how certain technologies work, when they see it in action, it's not impressive. All right. And that's why we're reading these scrolls, because people have been playing those same illusionist games on each other. So now we're just dispelling the doctrine, putting it out there. So now you're not so impressed just because somebody knew something that sounded deep. Now you know it too. All right. Now the playing field is level. All right. So now we could just work through nature. All right. And now you guys can all explain things. All right. So 342. You never uses them. So this boss of their lives, the boss with supernatural powers, yet never uses those supernatural powers to save their lives. All right. 343. Babies die because their mothers use drugs, or fathers drove a car too fast while driving drunk, and no supernatural succumb power to save all of them. All right. 344. Not even some, just by chance. Look at old age, how the body Kayor transforms to macabre pain, aches, all kinds of weakness of sight, hearing, and bones. Why not? Why then not reverse it? Why old to grow younger? I mean, why not reverse it? Born old to grow younger and feel better with each passing year. All right. I feel like I'm growing younger. I feel better than I feel better every day, actually. All right. But I'm working within the confines of natural nature. So I do what's conducive, and you can actually reverse things naturally if you know how the body works. All right. You can have something called your real age, and you can have your numerical age. So your real age is how old your organs and everything thinks your body is. All right. So you could be like 50 years old, and your body might think that you're 30. All right. Or you could be 19 years old with the body internally of a 90-year-old. There was this person I was watching one of these programs, and there was this girl, and she did a lot of things to abuse her body. She did a lot of things to abuse her body. Like, she drank a lot, she used to party a lot, she didn't sleep good. It was one of those British shows. I was watching one of those British shows. And then she went to the doctor, and the doctor said that she had I think it was the lungs or something. I forgot exactly what it was. The liver, it was one of her organs. They said, you have the liver of a 90-year-old. And she was only like 19, 20 years old. All right. All right. So, but you either working with nature, or if you understand how you're put together and how chemistry works, you can do all kinds of quote unquote miracles for yourself. All right. So why then not reverse it? Born old to grow younger and feel better with each passing year. All right. 346. Why let people grow old and sick? Simply because he can't help you. They have no powers that you don't have. All right. So now Baaba's explaining that all these extraterrestrials that we've been looking like, oh wow. He just said they don't have any extra powers that you don't have. They just have more information. All right. So a person who knows how a certain program works can use it to its more potential than somebody who doesn't really know. And they'll just be amazed. All right. So now Baaba has scrolls like the breath book, my favorite scroll. How to astral project, how to send messages long distance, how to tap in, how to see even, because if you could send long distances, that means you could send it interdimensionally. All right. And there's so much more because he just gave us a little sliver of what's possible. All right. And things that he said that he has never asked us to do anything that he hasn't already done. So Bob is to be to us an embodiment of something to strive to, a living example, all right, of what you can be. All right. But Baba said, what's the difference between him and us? He said the difference between him and us is that he listens and we don't. All right. So he gets the guidance, he listens. We don't listen. All right. And I could say from firsthand, in my aspect, some things I listen to, some things I'm working through. All right. It's a journey. So 347 in Genesis chapter 6, verses 1-5, you read the sons of Elohim, Gadadu, gods, who came down to earth, as stated in verse 4, Hebrew Strong's number 5303. Nephilim, giant fallen ones. All right. So didn't it just say earlier that Nimrod was part Nephilim? All right. But he was tapping into his divinity, not through the Anunnaki. He was tapping into his divinity through Napata. All right. Through the Ptah, the Tahites. That's where he was finding his divinity. That's where the hope is coming. That's where the change was happening for him and his people. All right. So 348, Nephilim fell down, cast down. So these giants, son of Elohim, in Hebrew Strong's number 430, Elohim, gods came down to Taha, earth, raped the daughters of Adam, Hebrew Strong's number 120, Adam, reddish, bluish, pinkish, white, called mankind, and gave birth to wicked, wild, evil offspring. All right. So Enlil's people, because remember, they wasn't supposed to be doing that. The 200 of them, they came and then they were mixing with the Adamites. But Enki came down and he mixed in with the Africans, all right, or the Nagaru. All right. It doesn't mean we didn't already have our own program and agenda before Enki came to disturb our genes. All right. So we already have something going. And both sides use the Ptahites' DNA, or the Sans DNA, let's just say the Sans. Use the Sans DNA for their graftations. All right. So now when you look at the making of the Adamite, Baba explains in this order in percentage of the most to the least amount of DNA. The Adamites are composed of pig or porcine, canine, dog, simian or monkey, Palladian DNA, Draconian, Anunnaki, and finally Sans. So they still needed the Sans DNA in there. So it's in there, all right? But they're grafted from so much other things as well, all right? So Nephilim fell down, cast down, all right? So and where Baba explained that is from, what's the name of that scroll that explains it? Melanite supreme beings, all right? Melanite race supreme beings. That's what Baba gave the breakdown of what exactly and who exactly, all right, is in the Adamite genes. So Nephilim cast down. So these great sons of Elohim, Hebrew Strong's number 430, gods came down to Taha, earth, and raped the daughters of Adam, Hebrew Strong's number 120, Adam, reddish, bluish, pink, whites, called mankind, and gave birth to wicked, wild, evil offspring. 349. In order for one Sanafu species to mate with another and give Ladud birth, they must have the same amount of chromosomes, as in the case 46, as human beings have. So these Anunnaki, all right, Baba just said that what they can do, you can do. All right. So why let people grow old and sick simply because he can't help you? They have no powers that you don't already have, that you don't have. All right. They have the same powers of you, nothing more, nothing extra. They even have the same amount of chromosomes. All right. They have their own programs in their DNA, though. 351. It did not say genetic manipulation. It said took them to be their wives, not experimental. All right. So yes, there was graftation and all that, because you can graft, like they don't have the same amount of chromosomes. They're different creatures. You can do some manipulation and graftation. But at the same time, Bob was pointing out, yes, they did do that, but they also had sex. All right. So it says in that case, it did not say genetic manipulation. It says they took to be their wives, not experiments, not experimental, as in Genesis chapter 2, verses 21. Sex partners, like a wife, and she gave Ladud birth. So these sons of Gadad must also have 46 chromosomes, sperm, and Zakor. Remember, daughters were born. 353. Why did they not just say Karadu, children? They said Sawatatu, daughters, because the female carried the mitochondrial DNA in the chromosomes. And that's why these extraterrestrials are so interested in the female. And that's why it says earlier in the scroll that even the white devil female, she can be reformed. Why is that? Because of that mitochondrial DNA. But they gave up that and they said, let's focus on our own race. All right. Let's see. So the extraterrestrials, they have interest. They don't have interest in the Caucasian male. They have interest only in the Caucasian female. So because there's no use for them outside of just food. With the female, you can program so much in that mitochondrial DNA. Because what makes the mitochondrial DNA so special, I learned this when I went to the museum to study about the mitochondrial DNA. What makes it so special is that it's not like on that, what do you call it? It's not like that helix, or how you say. It's not like a rope, like nuclear DNA is like a rope. Mitochondrial DNA is a circle, so it keeps it from mixing, and you could actually implant things inside of that circle. All right, so you could implant new species and new ideas without worrying it about it having to be mixed with every mixing. All right, so that Mafkuzet has the not Mafkuzet, that mitochondrial DNA has the power to be implanted with Mafkuzet. Even it has the power to be implanted with leprosy. All right, whatever program, and that's the power of the mitochondrial DNA. So they said Sawatatu, daughters, because the female carried the mitochondrial DNA in the chromosomes. 355. Will they ask their preachers or pastors, reverends, imams, or shayuk these questions? No, they won't. Why? The spell of ignore facts or ignorance. Tagol, ignorance. 357. Their God is their boss. And you don't question your boss, or you may lose your job. In this very case, your life. All right. 358. Let's break this spell of sleep. All right. So I have a problem with anybody in this tribe that doesn't like to be questioned, and they say, well, Baba said. All right. That is not an explanation of how something works. And also, there's been many lies with information, messages, or even the scroll, because I read it, but you didn't. So I play the game, and that's why the spell of ignoring the facts, because the facts are here. All right. If it's you that's not taking time to get to know what they are. All right. So when somebody had talked about something that Baba had said about the women stepping it up, and they came in my inbox and said that they're gonna go tell Baba and all this other stuff, and that I rejected the facts, and I corrected them, and I said I didn't reject, I questioned something that you don't like. All right. And the fact of the matter is that people twist, because every lie is based on the truth in some way, and you manipulate the relationship the person has to the truth. That is a way of playing how that, what's that white magic word that Baba used? Let's see, I wrote it here. Sorcery. All right, that is a form of sorcery, because you're playing the game of illusions. All right. And the game of illusions take many forms. So your protection is Wu-Sabat, Wu-Nawab, and that is the science of sound right reasoning out, asking the questions, getting to the bottom of facts. How do things work? Why? How? All right. Diagrams, explanations. All right. So you don't have to worry about that, because it's not about being afraid that you're going to be, you're going to get in trouble. You're actually asking questions because it's your very soul on the line, right? And you don't want anyone playing boss over your soul, all right? So 357, their God is their boss. And you don't question your boss, or you may lose your job. In this case, your very hayat life. Let's break this spell of sleep. 359, wake up. Afafre Kahu, Africans, the Tapa world over. Wu Nawab has come to remove Zupu, the 6,000 years of lies. Zupu, all right? And Zupu, we read, and this whole book was talking about the interferences with that direct connection, all right? So they insert themselves into your lineage, and now they become like a mediator between you and the truth, all right, or you and your connection, and they're taking you nowhere, because these Anunnaki helpers did nothing for the Adamites the world over, all right? So now you make that direct link back to yourselves, all right? So let us reform, or put back on our uniform, and live for, of, and by each other as Munwapu Nuwapians. Sawab Kawun Sawab. Truth is truth. All right. And then we have our symbol. All right. Which is our double Ankh, meaning double resurrection, mental and physical resurrection, or also life after life. All right. And we have the connection, everything happening right now. All right. Because we're only separated by densities from our etherical world and our physical world, all happening now. All right. And it's time to awaken physically and also mentally. And that concludes our scroll for today. All right. So we read this scroll for good and evil. All right. Does anybody have anything they'd like to say about the scroll? Any question or anything that stimulates them to think? And if you don't, it's okay as well, because it's a lot to digest. All right. So yeah, I'll give us some time to think about. We covered a lot in this scroll. It links great with other scrolls. Everything is recorded. So just take time to digest. And if you have any questions or anything that you're stimulated about, we can go into it for another scroll. Yes, Zamal Kamem.
Yeah, Rahubat. Yeah, thank you for reading that. I missed the last segment that you did, or the last recording. I didn't miss it, but I got distracted by something. So I'll go back into the rerun when you post it again the next time. But yeah, It's an absolute fantastic scroll. I think I'm gonna have to call Nashat about this book and buy a copy, you know. But yeah, thank you very much for highlighting it.
Yes, it's a great scroll. I feel like I've read it. I read it one time, and it was great to read it right after reading The God of Light and Fire. They went definitely hand in hand.
Yeah, kind of tying. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
kind of ties in, you know. I mean, I've seen it on the site, the website, the Nashat website. When I look at it, we got a bookstore over here. And I look at it and I said, yeah, that one. But there's so many books that you want to buy. You just, you know, have to,
Right.
each book have to wait its turn. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you could read one at a time. You read word by
True,
word, page
true,
by page, and then
true. To
it
buy all
all.
a Baba book, then you need Elon Musk money. You know what I mean?
Well, we'll continue reading the scrolls here, and then the ones that really stand out to you that you want to spend time and
Yeah, I'm not
physically
gonna
go.
lie to you. It does help me
Yeah.
too because I've got a couple. Sorry to interrupt you, by the way.
Mhm.
I've got a few scrolls at home here, and there's I've read most of them, but there's a few that I haven't read. And when you pick the one that I haven't read, I get kind of glad, you know. So yeah, and it helps me to read more because you have to pay attention. You have to keep up with your verses and stuff like that, you know. So yeah, it's a good look. Power and Tack for that.
All right, Zamal. All right. And then also, so that concludes our scroll for today. So if anybody has a suggestion of a scroll that they might have been wanting to read, I'm looking at the scroll Feeding the Forces. For some reason, that book stands out to me. And it's a great tie-in from all the forces. You see all the forces that we've been feeding for so long. So many things pop up. If anybody else has anything to say, feel free to say it. If not, we'll conclude here. And all right. So I just want to thank everybody for taking time to spend together as we read our scrolls together, word for word, from the Hereafter Doctrine, and we'll continue to read them. And it's going to be recorded for your convenience. Keep working on yourself, and Tawakum for everybody taking the time to be the best version of yourselves in our one collective body. So with that being said, I shook and Wadu.
Ashok, what do you?